Uni Rain, a little bit more class, please. This is not Family Feud. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Shh. Okay. Oh, no. Good morning, everyone. I hope y'all didn't see that. I really hope y'all didn't see that. The stream ended before it even started. 50 slides. 50 slides. Nico, Cinnamon, welcome. Hachiko, good morning. Corn, good morning. My heart jumped. Servo, good morning. Zazier is not back yet. Any second now, indeed. Any second now. It was... Oh... So tired. But the show must go on. Show must really go on. I didn't work out all of this just to not present them. Does anyone else see the screen blip? Oh, you will find out soon, Zeva. You will find out soon. You will find out very soon. You will find out extremely soon. Don't you worry about that. Maston, welcome. Good morning. You will find out soon, Zeva. You will find out soon. It's... if you saw my tweets on X, you will know. You will know why. But it is what it is. Present it at my own pace later on. I'm not bored. Are we gonna post? Are we gonna go at my own pace? I hope I can finish this within a reasonable time, because I really don't know. I really don't know how long this will go. 50 slides is a lot of slides. But that will be for later. Oh, what does this go button do? What does this go button do actually? Oh, super chats. Ah, it's super chatto. Okay, that's funny. Kind of curious. Let's see what this one needs. Let's see whether this works. How does this work? I'm kind of curious. I just realized this has always been here. Interesting. I don't know what this does, but kind of curious. What can you actually do with this? Oh. Okay. No need. I just wanted to see how it works, okay, Lucas? Don't worry about it so much. I don't know what it's a very straightforward. Oh, it's something YouTube did. Ah, well, probably won't ever meet it, but I just want to see how it works. But right now, it's still 15 minutes, so we are still quite early in this regard, so for now, we'll be doing a little bit of a short little chat stream, okay? Just a little bit of a chill time where you can ask some questions, we can do a little funny, we can do some relaxing stuff, we can have a chat or whatever you like. The rest of the proper topic is just going to start in 15 minutes. Okay? That will be in 15 minutes. Oh my god, why is this always so loud? Jeez. That will be in 15 minutes and Nox. So look forward to that in 15 minutes. Oh, it's gonna be a story. It's gonna be a story. Nico Cinnamon, thank you for your membership. I'm very grateful. Machan's balloon day. Oh boy, Machan. What? Oh shit, I'm being attacked. Oh no, I'm being attacked. Shut up. Okay, I gotta get out. Hold on. Pardon me a moment, Lucas. I got to get out. I'll be back. I'll be back. I'll be back. Oh shit, I was getting attacked. Holy crap. Okay. Oh my goodness. I got attacked. Oh, no.
Greenlight.
If you want to go to bed, it's fine. It's gonna be a big topic tonight, Nico. It's gonna be a big topic. So I guess you can watch the VOD later, okay? If you want to go to sleep, you can watch the VOD later. But I hope you don't miss this out, personally. But you can always view the VOD later. Good morning, Hexagon. Welcome to the stream. Damn it, I'm out of fire arrows. Of course I'm out of fire arrows. Craft. Basic fire arrows. Vivian James will be back for a while indeed. She will be back for a while. Hello DZ, welcome to the stream. I already did the stream like this a year ago, and I remember quite vividly how it ended up being. It was exhausting, but I hope it was informative the last time I did. But this year, oh boy, new information everywhere. Other VTubers yap before playing games. We want when we play games before yapping. It's not too much games. I need to keep a level of energy before things get really bad. And I'm telling you, it's gonna get very bad. Zephyr, shut up. I love that name, Bois Channel. It's so cute. Bois. Reminds me of that Bochi meme. Ooh, ooh. Ooh. I'll buy a bunch of these. Mystic skill breakthrough materials. Or there's never enough of that. Maxi, I'm just doing a little bit, just a little bit, okay? Because the topic that's about to start is going to be a very big deal. It's going to be a very big deal, so I just need to lower the stress levels for a little bit. I don't know if it's a good idea or not. Actually, in hindsight, Maxi, I really don't know if that's a good idea. If my stress level goes low, my brain usually takes a while to start functioning again. But I guess it's good. Otherwise, blood pressure will go too high. But yeah, hope you have a good morning, Maxi. If you want to stick around for the main topic of this stream, you are welcome to do so. Otherwise, if you have your own things to do, thank you for dropping in to say hi, and I'll see you later. Exuberance pills. Oh, what's this? What's this? What's this? Random review. Oh, one of this stuff. Hello, Lurkerchan, welcome. Oh, the next part of the map. Resonate in melody. Half anniversary. Anything good for sale? A golden potted flower. Really? As you know, with everything lurkers, coupons are important. Uria, what did you post? What did you post? Because the moment I started streaming, I haven't looked at X yet, or Twitter, or anything just yet. I should get out of here before they attack me again. Well, coupons really reduce the price of certain stuff when you... Oh, on the YouTube community 给我看 OK 等一下给我看 I closed YouTube when I started streaming. Let me see. You're not appearing. 你没有 appear 哦 You are not appearing 嘞 You're not appearing. Huh, that's odd. That is odd. Under the post? It's just a smug. Someone called me smug. Okay. It didn't appear. Oh, some nice relaxing scenery. Good morning, Zazia. I saw you here a while ago. Welcome back. We're gonna start very, very soon. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Are you excited? I'm not. It's probably exciting for some of you, but not for me. Oh, version level cap. peaked. Okay. It's funny to me. Oh, this is a maid outfit. This is a maid outfit. Lucas. Technically, it's a maid outfit. Look, it's a maid outfit. But anyway, what I wanted to say was, it's funny how all of those bakchor and so-called people who are angry with culture warriors are so upset, and they think I don't play any games. They think I don't play any games. Oh my god, they don't even realize. No good outfits just yet. I'm still waiting for Imperial Regalia. It's meh. Honestly, it's meh. Too flowing for me. I want something a bit more. I want this one. I really want this one. I really want this one. This is so cool. Holy crap. The basic version is the best. Really, the basic version is the best. Everything else is just too over the top. Everything else is just far too over the top. Wait, can't see the outfit? This is pretty good too. But the color scheme, I don't want too much gold. It's too gold. I need some black. It needs some black, for sure. This one has nice FX. Not as over the top as this or this. These two are too... This one is over the top. I like the color scheme, but it's too over the top. Hold on, let me see. I'll close this. I'm kind of done for now, so... I'm done. Let me have a look. Okay? Okay, 我看. What the hell is this? What the hell is this? What the hell is this? Con, shut up. Okay, I'm back. Disappointment everywhere. Disappointment everywhere. But I'm back. Never do this. Don't do this anymore, okay? Very, very sad. Very, very disappointing. Behavior from lurkers as always. Zephyr. Zephyr. I hope that scared some of you. I hope that scared some of you. I hope that scared some of you. But anyway, it is time. Oh boy, is it truly time. Is it truly time. For now, let's get a bit of a... I was starting with a little bit of a poll. I want to have a general idea of how many people know about the upcoming topic. So I would just have a not this again. Shit, not this again. I'll have just a general show of hands. Because I'll be able to skip certain parts if enough of you know about certain key points of Gamergate. We have a lot to cover. We definitely have a lot to cover. There is Wizardchan, every year there's going to be something new. I have accepted the simple fact that every year's Gamergate stream is going to come with new information. It's not even a question anymore. The question is, if I know enough of you have sufficient knowledge of Gamergate, I'll see what I want to cut and what I will give you a forewarning. I'll give you a forewarning at certain parts which I think we can skip. But if you don't want me to skip, just stop me, okay? We can go through everything step by step if you don't want to skip any single parts. Multi-Aphrodite, I'm glad you managed to make it here today. Thank you for being here. Nomuro 2D. Jayan, welcome. I will give a couple more minutes until we reach. But I think I have a general idea. I think I have a general idea. Okay, good enough. I have a general idea what you all know about Gamergate. Okay, I have a general idea, which is good. Alright, let's get started, shall we? Let's get started. For some of you who were here for last year's stream, for those of you all who were here for last year's stream, some things will probably be quite familiar to you for this stream. Most of the I will retell it in maybe hopefully a better way, and I'm sure some of y'all will probably know certain things a little more in depth than I do. Maybe a bit of subtleties here, a bit of subtleties there. But I like to think I've gotten a good starting point, a good summary of the key events. There are 34 of you lurkers. I think that is a sufficient quorum to get started. So get started with shell. 36 lurkers. I'm happy. Just a show of hands, is the sync okay with is the sync okay? Everything? Lurkers, the sync okay? Am I talking too fast compared to the slides? Am I talking too fast compared to the slides or compared to gameplay or anything like that over the past hour or so during the hangout part of the... That's okay, good, okay. Looks okay, good. Good. We're going to be relying on some PowerPoint slides for now. Well, we'll be mostly relying on PowerPoint slides, but it is what it is. So without further ado, 36 of you lurkers, we are ready for this bumpy ride again. This annual bumpy ride. A little bit of a preface. I just feel that it's important to say all of this, not because the people involved here, the people involved here are innocent per se, but it's just that we would like to try our best to be above them. Okay, that's what I want to say. We would like to try our best to be above them. So like I say, this is a preface. This presentation is solely for educational purposes. A deep dive of internet history. These incidents have long passed. Do not engage in any interaction with the individuals discussed here. Thank you. That was the key. A bit of the word that has become a little redundant is this one. Incidents have long passed. With a little bit of let's say after what we've discovered for the past couple of weeks, that is a little bit of a redundant statement already. It's unfortunate, but for most part the preface still remains relevant. So what we can do after we finish all of this is to understand at the end of the day, they only have so much of other people's money. They only have so much of other people's money, and if we do not give them money, they will suffer. They will suffer, they will fail, and they will be kicked out because their bosses and their investors and their upper level people will realize that they are dead weight. So with that out of the way, we will get started. A little bit of let's just say the internet. The internet, well, certain parts of the internet would like you to think Gamergate is. According to the games journalists, according to some of those consultants, according to some of those activists, they would tell you with a straight face that Gamergate is nothing more than a misogynistic harassment campaign. Everyone who is a target of these toxic gamer chuds are just victims. Oh, woe is them, pitiful, pitiful, pitiful victims. That is what they will tell you. That is what they will always keep telling you. So, to some point, some even use the term, he is probably a gamergater, she is probably a gamergater, as an insult to them. Well, that's their perception of it, and we will soon find out whether their perception of it is an honest perception or a convenient perception. But to get to that point, it's going to be a long story. So what actually is Gamergate? Some of you might ask, about 10%, about 20% of you might be asking, what is Gamergate? It's a long story, and we want to start things slow. We're going to start things a little bit of like a prologue, okay? A prologue to set the scene. A prologue to give you an idea of what gamers are dealing with in the early days, in the early years, okay? So we'll start with a very familiar figure. We all know, most of us probably know who she is. Most of us do. But for those who do not know her, she goes by the name of Anita Sarkeesian. She is quite the infamous figure. Trumpet, welcome to the stream. Thank you for the gifted. Go thank Trumpet for the gifted. By a little bit of a... people know her. A lot of people know her. She is infamous. She's infamous among gamers. But she made... there is a word in Cantonese called Guan Hai. Guan Hai literally means connections, relationships. That's what Guan Hai means. She knows the right people to prop her up. And what are these two links? I'm going to show you these two links in a minute or so, but just to set the scene. Anita Sarkeesian, whenever she made her videos, whenever she made her panel speeches and all of that jazz, and her bio, she always talks about how she's a very huge gamer. That she has always loved video games. Since her early childhood, she has loved video games. And she just wants video games to be better and for everyone. That is what she wants. Her nobility. Her nobility. That's what she will tell you. Really, that is all that she will ever tell you. And that if you ever disagree with her, you are a bigot, you are a misogynist, and you are a hater, and you are a troll. The journalists will tell you that, oh, Anita, she has always been a gamer since day one. She only talks about the things she talks about because she cares. We're going to start going through some of the things she quote-unquote cares about, shall we? Let's have a look at some of these little fancy links. First one, Exhibit 1.
I've been playing games for most of my life.
I'm not a fan
This is
of
what
video
she
games.
clicked.
The reality of this lifelong involvement with video games isn't convenient for my detractors, so they try to construct a different narrative using whatever fabrications they can muster. One particularly amusing conspiracy theory has to do with my original Kickstarter video. So, these screenshots were lifted from that video and are still passed around as proof that I'm a fraud.
I actually had to learn a lot about video games in the process of making this.
Because the light on the Xbox logo is not clearly visible, they have deduced that not only that I am a fake gamer who just pretends to play games, but also that I don't even know how to turn on a controller.
It's just gross.
The reality that LEDs don't show up very well on video when filming in a room with bright sunlight just didn't occur to them, I guess.
All around me are familiar faces.
Another one, another big example. This is a little clearer for some of you.
I'm going to show you a remix that I just finished this.
This is a with full context of her past. Okay? 5 years ago.
I'm going to show you a remix that I just finished this weekend and no one else has seen. One person has seen it. It's a soundtrack of one song, except I'm doing video games. So it's not exactly a fandom. I'm not a fan of video games. I actually had to learn a lot about video games in the process of making this.
I am not a fan of video games. I had to learn a lot about video games in the process of making it. I don't think I need to say that much more, do I? we can get ready to move to the next slide, but you'll understand the message precisely, don't you? A fraud, a grifter. All of these fancy, pretty words used by the pakjaw to attack any one of us who says, I disagree. Yes, don't worry about that, Onion Leader. Let's just say I have dug, okay? I cannot go into so much detail because at most it's going to be a 6-hour stream. I don't know how, and the materials from the actual Gamergate lore, let's just say even 24 hours may not be enough, okay? So I can only go through the most key areas. But long story short is, Anita Sarkeesian is what you would call a grifter. I'm sure you'll probably understand that there's a textbook definition of a grifter. Someone who pretends to like something and be passionate about something just to push some kind of agenda or narrative that benefits her personally. And the news comes out in the past, exposés, but from her own words. She does not like what she talks about. She has zero passion. She did not like video games. She had to learn really hard to understand video games. So let's move on. Grifter, as I'd say it. Alright, now we're going to set the scene. Okay, we're going to set the scene. Now, this is something that a lot of you probably lurkers, I don't know how many of you remember what this is.
We'll have nothing and you will write it.
Chaos Mash 64. We all did, let's be fair. I did for the briefest of moments when she first came up into the news. But when I dug, I saw the truth. But thank you for the 2 Chaos Mash. Like, it's a little bit of a show of hands. Well, you can just proverbial show of hands in the chat. Any one of you remember the days of Steam Greenlight? Any one of you remember this? Enough of you remember that? That's good. But for those who do not understand, long story short, Steam Greenlight is basically like a pitch system, a pitching system on Steam that was quite a thing back in the early to mid 2010s. The whole idea is that a group of prospective game developers will pitch an idea for a game that they're developing to be sold on Steam. Sometimes they show, if a game developer is at the bare bones at the starting point of their project, they will give like images, screenshots, maybe a video if they manage to do videos. And for those who are a little deeper into it, they will probably release a demo as well. And so what you do is, the players decide which games get to be listed on Steam. It ends up being kind of like the intention is that the gamers decide what they want to buy. But as we will know in time, it can be used to for very nefarious purposes. And we will find out very, very soon, okay? But this is just to set the scene. It is it's like a pseudo Kickstarter, but instead of pledging money to a specific project, they vote whether they want this game listed on the store page or not. That's the long and short story. That's enough, so we move on to the next part. And now, in comes a contender. In comes a contender by the name of Depression Quest. Now, what is Depression Quest? If you all have been... I'm going to get a little bit ahead of myself, but if you all experience Mixtape, Depression Quest is something like Mixtape, but even worse. Okay, I'm not going to name this person by name, but I will call her by her initials, ZQ. Okay, she goes by the name ZQ. And who is this ZQ? She is the so-called developer. She's the developer of this experience called Depression Quest. She fashions herself as a game developer. Okay? This is her only product. She made a quote-unquote game, which is a glorified non-visual novel. Can you imagine that? It's one thing if you have a visual novel, but this is a visual novel with no visuals. And the game that I'll call it a game. I'll use the term generously, but it's available on Steam, and it is not remarkable. And to some people, it's even less than unremarkable, and we were going to go through a little bit, just a little bit, not a lot, just a little bit, for you to understand why they did not like this. But weirdly, okay, the discourse around this is that many gamers are, when you ask them, do you like Depression Quest? The first thing most of you would have asked is, what? What is Depression Quest? And for those who know what Depression Quest is and they saw it, they'll say, that's not a game. What the hell is that? That's not a game. It's just a bunch of that's a glorified pick your own adventure book. Kind of. Ebook. A pick your own adventure ebook. Many people wondered how this is even a question, why this game deserves to be on Steam. But to the shock of a lot of people, it went on Steam. It went on Steam. And as you will probably I will show a little bit or later on, it was a mystery why it went on Steam. It passed Steam Greenlight and went on Steam, but we will find out soon why that's the case. But here's the thing. This individual, ZQ, already has a reputation long before Depression Quest ever went on Steam. And what is this reputation? Some people traced it back to quite a long story. Okay? It's quite a long story. There used to be an image board. Similar to 4chan in a lot of ways, but it was a very, very small community, a very niche community, an ultra niche community. Okay? It is a board that went by the name of Wizardchan. So Wizardchan is not a very, it's a very, let's just say, kind of a sad board. It's quite a sad board. Okay? The whole idea is that they first used Hocus Pocus, that old Disney movie Hocus Pocus, as a bit of like a backdrop, kind of like an illustration, basically like a satirical LARP. But in reality, Wizardchan was a board where a lot of quote-unquote wizards hang out. Wizards are basically the Western equivalent of the hikikomori, the ones with no social life, the ones who are lonely, the ones who have a hard time in life, the guys, mainly guys. And a lot of them, as it turns out, have had to fight depression in some way or another. Yeah, at some point or another, most of the people on Wizardchan had to fight depression in some way, shape, or form. And so, they found out that this quote-unquote game called Depression Quest exists. And they did not have very kind words to say about the game itself. The quote, I will use the game generously, okay? I cannot say quote unquote all the time. I'll just, for argument's sake, I'll just call it a game, okay? They did not have very good opinions of the game itself because firstly, they know of ZQ. She is not a likable individual, not by a long shot. And secondly, they have seen the content of this depression quest. And to them, it feels like an insult to someone who actually had suffered depression. Turning a serious mental issue into a way to gain clout. An oversimplified experience to gain clout. Sometimes, as some people on Wizardchan would have said in the past, depression is a black hole. It's something that requires immense amounts of friends, family, and people around that person's side to drag them out of that funk, to drag them out of that feeling. And what ZQ did with Depression Quest was something that is not in any way an most accurate representation of someone suffering from depression. If anything, it trivializes the condition quite a bit. And to the people of Wizardchan, they did not like it, and what they did was, as you can see in this archive, you can search the link for yourself. I don't want to go into that because we have 50 slides and there's a bit too much information to go through for 50 slides. Basically, what they did was just say they didn't like Depression Quest. They called ZQ an unlikable person. Of course, they used ruder words, but basically that's all they did. They discussed about, it's a throwaway discussion. It was like in passing. People are saying, oh, ZQ, I don't like her, she's a horrible person. Oh, ZQ, she made Depression Quest, that's not even a game firstly, and it's a mockery of people who are suffering from depression, so don't bother with it. Usually in any other cases, let's use a modern day example. Let's say you are a VTuber, okay? Let's say you are a VTuber, hypothetically. And for some reason, one reason or another, you go into their VT board. There are a bunch of people who say they don't like you. There are a bunch of people who say they don't like you, they don't like your content, and they think and they throw all kinds of like things, call you an attention seeker and all of that, okay? Most rational VTubers would just ignore it. VT is VT. VT will always be VT. There is no VTubers they will not dislike. At one point or another, just let it go. And in the case of Wizardchan, their comments on ZQ were in passing. At most, a couple of threads. At most. But apparently, ZQ could not take it. She started to, in hindsight it has shown, create an entire narrative about how Wizardchan harassed her. And she had a bunch of got a bunch of games journalists, I'm not going to say friends yet because we haven't reached the empire, got a bunch of game journalists who also echo her narrative, saying how Wizardchan started a harassment campaign against her, doxed her, sent her, called her number and sent her creepy mail packages and all of that, and creepy visits to her house. Okay? But as you will go have a look in this archive, which is still there, I hope, it should still be there. As you will look in this archive, Wizardchan straightened the narrative. They gave their own side of the story with a lot of receipts as well. They showed, and most did criticize her, that's about it. But this already small board got harassed, got attacked. Basically, got attacked, shade thrown at them, and they were very confused. They expressed their confusion when they talked about it back in 2013. So this is a starting point. The starting point, it all came back to this. Pettiness. That is the key giveaway at this point. It is pettiness. Agricola, welcome. She could not take a bunch of negative feedback from a literally what message board with a very small community lying down. She could not. She had to start an entire retaliation campaign. That sets the scene. But let me give you a little. This is a good summary of everything that happened in Wizardchan. Okay? For those who want a more in-depth deep dive into this singular topic. Again, it is all in ancient history. It's from 2013. I just put it here for posterity's sake, for formality's sake, just so that you all know what I'm saying is not bullshit. Okay? It's here. Now, the next slide. Here's where things start to get a little interesting. So when Depression Quest came out, after the Steam Greenlight success, you get a lot of glaze articles. Now, some of the bakcho will tell you, that, well, the game's journalists didn't give Depression Quest a review. They didn't review Depression Quest. They didn't give it a good review. No, duh. That's not what we're talking about. We didn't say give Depression Quest good reviews. We said give Depression Quest positive press. And indeed, they were given a lot. This game was given a lot of positive press. Okay? You have this article by Nathan Grayson. And you have this article by Patricia Hernandez. Talking about Depression Quest. Look at Nathan Grayson. Valve greenlights 50 more games. And at the front and center of the front page, the headline, just below the headline, is an image of Depression Quest. You look at Patricia Hernandez. She made an entire article about Depression Quest. Interesting, doesn't it? The question we have to ask is, when Depression Quest came out, a lot of people gave it a try. Okay, a lot of people gave it a try. It attracted out the attention of the general gamer community for all the wrong reasons. They gave it a try. It was not a game. There was no gameplay. If Depression Quest was a lot of things, fun was not one of them. Okay? So, it was confusing. It was baffling. We saw, but that time, this is before, like I say, this was in the early days, in the early years. Back then, people still kind of read articles from games journalists. They still read articles from Kotaku. They still read articles from Polygon and all of that. And they were confused. Why was everyone talking about Depression Quest like it was like that new hot thing on the market right now? Yeah, they didn't give reviews of Depression Quest, but they certainly talk a lot about it. Indeed, that question just kept being answered. It just kept being answered. So much so, they weren't even just giving positive press to Depression Quest. What they did as well is to elevate ZQ into a position of authority in games development. So Sunny became an expert. Sunny became an expert on the topic of game development. Her opinions mean so much. She gets direct quotes in these articles. So, for instance, we might get back to this later on in one of the later slides. But this was talking about an indie game jam, perhaps a kind of a reality show, and ZQ was cited as a strong authority figure on how quote-unquote game development should be, how a proper game jam should be. So it was not just that the game, it's not just that the game was given positive press, the developer herself was being elevated as someone whose opinions you should take seriously in the context of game development. So yeah, things really got very, very sus. Things got really, really suspicious. And again, at this point, not a lot of gamers seem to care because all of these kind of flew under the radar, and then basically you had to be a really, really into the games industry at that point to really follow all of this going on. But enough people noticed, enough people asked questions. And not long after, the whole Depression Quest Glaze articles happened. Not long after ZQ managed to become such a solid authority figure in the games industry, astroturfed in my humble opinion, but we will get to that later. We have the 2010s equivalent of a Google Docie, like this. Oh boy, that's exciting, isn't it? What is an early 2010s version of a Google Doc? Well, I'm sure this word is probably going to trigger some nostalgia for some of you lurkers. Is going to trigger some nostalgia for some of you lurkers. Legit nostalgia. A WordPress. Yes, it is called a WordPress. So, what is this exactly? If it were any other person at all, this would have just been tabloid, okay? This would have just been pointless, vapid tabloid, and no one should really care unless you're really that bored.
And you will like it.
Oh my goodness, Chaos Smash, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, but yeah. It is what it is. We have to it's a story, we have to keep going. We have to keep going because I can tell you for certain there's at least a bunch of you, 20% of people is still quite a lot of people who do not know the true story of the first Gamergate and how it became how it became the Archduke Ferdinand incident for the games industry. You have to understand this, okay? But why is this WordPress so important? Well, it is from ZQ's ex-boyfriend. He goes by the name of Aaron, but his name is not on. His name is kind of important, but at the end of the day, it's not that important. But what is important, however, is what he discloses, okay? What he discloses, of course, is your typical tabloid nonsense, tabloid stuff. I won't say nonsense, it's just tabloid stuff. Infidelity, yakyoktapkeishin, one foot on multiple boats, as they say. Pathological cheating, pathological lying, abuse of relationships, all of that really unpleasant stuff. But here's the thing. Normally people wouldn't have cared so much, okay? Until they reach to this part right here. Okay? At the bottom of this part, these are just the important parts of the WordPress. The screen is hopefully big enough for you to read with a magnifying glass. The image itself is quite high res, and I hope you can read it, but I want you to draw attention to the bottom right here. The bottom right. You will see a bunch of familiar names, and no other names more familiar than a very recurring games journalist who goes by the name of Nathan Grayson. There are a few more important names like Robin Arnold, Joshua Boggs. They are authority figures in the quote-unquote indie games trademark industry. And we're going to go into this little deep dive of a chat later if we have a bit of time, but keep it at the back of your head. Are they actually indie games as in the textbook definition of indie games, or are they indie with a trademark definition of indie games? Are they actually self-funded, unaffiliated, completely independent devs who are making their own little passion projects, or are they part of a clique or a corporation or someone powerful or a financial backer making games that look like your cash in or the quote-unquote indie aesthetic? There's a question you should think about. Zexel, good morning. Rena, shut up. Ray Shows, welcome. We had a bit, we are roughly 40 minutes already, but nothing too deep yet, thankfully. But he went through a lot. And what his expose, this WordPress, the implication of this WordPress is very, very substantial. Because what this WordPress implies is that this too, for instance, as a starting point, they happen for a reason. They happen for a reason outside of the merit of the product itself. And this was just the first crack, as you would say. So remember this. It's important that remember this, especially Nathan Grayson, okay? Because he is a recurring character. The rest, Robin Arnold, also a less recurring character, but he's always in random places. He's always in random places in very conveniently placed locations, but we'll get to that later on. Okay. Now, what I want to tell you all is probably going to make your blood boil, because it did make my blood boil. ZQ has always been a vocal virtue signaler about how women in video games... Zexel, please don't do such a thing.
Nothing and you will like it.
Zexel, please don't do such a thing, please. Please don't do such a thing. I don't even know what the hell this is anyway. Please don't do such a thing, Zexel, please. Anyway, I lost my train of thought. What I'm going to tell you is going to make your blood boil. So, ZQ basically, she loves to talk about how women in video games are being harassed. Women in video games are being stomped on the curb by the toxic male gamers and the toxic male game devs. All of that stories, okay? All of that story. She likes to paint herself as the paragon, one of the paragons, alongside Anita Sarkeesian, who is fighting for women's rights in video games, okay? Well, we're going to the next slide. And this is a slide called The 5 Young Capitalists Incident. So this is a very, very interesting story, and I'm going to give you a little bit of an abridged version. It shows you how pervasive ZQ is in her influence that we have seen so far. If this expose is to be believed, spoiler alert, it was true, but still, if this expose was to be believed, it shows you how much influence she has on the games media. And none so apparent than the incident with the Five Young Capitalists. So the Five Young Capitalists was a game dev organization, kind of like basically a collection of game devs who are working together for charitable purposes, and they're mostly composed of women, if I recall correctly. And they had one big pitch back in 2014. It was a very big pitch. They were trying to create their own game jam, the Five Young Capitalist Game Jam, and the whole idea was that they would lend their expertise as video game artists, as video game coders and video game programmers, all of that. And what they would do is to offer their own expertise to a group of women who are interested in becoming creative, in taking a jump at being a creative director. Long story short. So what they do is they open an application, some women apply for it, they get accepted in. What they can do is they go into this game jam and these women will pitch their idea of a game. For instance, they'll pitch an idea for a game, such as whether it's a platformer, whether it's isometric, whether it's 3D, anything like that. And they'll be offered, and they will be given by some of the people in the Five Young Capitalists some art, some concept art, some general setting art on general settings and all of that. And basically these women contestants would be becoming their own creative director. They come up with the ideas, they see how the game is executed, they even plan the narrative if they want to plan the narrative. And whoever gave the best pitch, the Five Young Capitalists, all the devs in the Five Young Capitalists would make it. They would make it and then they would sell it. They will sell it, and the proceeds from that sale will go, 92% of the proceeds of that sale will go to charity. And 8% of the proceeds will be given back to the winning contestant as royalties. Now, I don't have to tell you, lurkers, that is a very noble thing, right? That is a true feminist campaign, don't you think so? That's the true feminist campaign. Chaos Mesh, don't assume just yet, because this story is going to get very, very dark, okay? It was an insanely good deal, yeah. The women contestants, they were just joining for fun. It did not cost them anything, and if they won and their game sold and it sold well, they get 8% of the earnings. That they basically had the potential to make some change on the side. But here's the problem. ZQ tried to participate in it. Okay, they tried to participate in it. And you know what? She tried to participate in it and she was not happy. Would you like to guess why she was not happy? Would any of you, a show of hands, no, just put it in the chat. Just put it in the chat. Would any of you want to guess why she was not happy at all with the pitch that FYC was offering? Vexel, you are kind of right. You're kind of right. So 8% was not enough, and you know what she said? I cannot believe you are refusing to pay women for their services. You're refusing to pay women for their work. I want you to let that sink in. She was offended that FYC was not paying any of the women contestants for pitching their ideas. She was upset by that. She was upset at not being paid. Okay? She was very upset at not being paid. So she made a big fuss, make a big stink with the FYC group, the organizers, and she asked, how dare you not pay all the women contestants for offering their creative ideas? And FYC basically said, well, this is just a for fun game jam charitable event. Most of the proceeds are going to charity, and if you're the winner, you get 8% of the sales as royalties. That's the best we can do. This is for charity. We're not making this for profit. You do understand, right, ZQ? And apparently there was too much for ZQ to take. So what she did was she left. She left, and then she started to paint a narrative. She painted a narrative that FYC was exploiting women. Trying to paint a narrative that FYC was exploiting women, treating them unfairly, demanding them to give them their work without getting paid. And of course, just as she painted that narrative on her own social media posts and on her own rants, whether it was on YouTube or anywhere else, guess who was there behind her as she did that? The games journalists. They wrote smear pieces of FYC. Quite a lot. A lot of smear pieces on FYC. And it got so bad. That FYC got doxxed. As you can see in this little screenshot right here, this is a summary of what happened to them after the entire smear campaign started, because ZQ got personally slighted by them making it a charity rather than a for-profit event where the contestants get paid. So yes, they doxed the organizers, they harassed the organizers, they DDoS the organizers. And oh boy, did they DDoS the organizers. I'm going to show you all something later on, but they did DDoS the organizers multiple times. And they bragged about it on Twitter. Gloating that FYC's webpage got shut down. That they got overloaded and the whole website went down. So this was the tragedy of the FYC. They did everything right. There were many women who were enthusiastic to join this competition. Everyone was going to have a good time until one person, ZQ, was not happy that she didn't get a buck out of it. She was not happy that she was not getting any financial benefit out of it, other than possibly winning and getting some royalties, which she also considered to be beneath her. In my opinion. So yes, that is the tragedy of the FYC. And you know what they said about, and you know what else they said about the FYC? So this is the punchline, okay? This is the punchline. So one of the organizers of the FYC contacted some of the games journalists, and they say, this is the facts. ZQ was making things up about us. We are a charity. We want no drama. We don't want a victim narrative, because we feel that there's no other way to prove that women in video games can be good by showing that women can come up and design good ideas for a video game. The games journalists basically their response to the FYC reps was, "Oh no, anyway." Yes, that's really all there is. "Oh no, anyway." And some were even more. Some of them were even more under the nose. And they say that ZQ is a respected authority in the games industry, and I do believe that I would trust her more than I trust you. That was what some of the games journalists said in return. Some of them. And oh boy, that was quite something. And this is something interesting as well. This is something I feel I have to show you. What you're looking at here, okay, are, if you thought this was bad, this is going to make your blood boil even more. And before I explain to you what do you think this is, from what you're looking so far, what do you think this is? I'm going to explain to you, don't worry about that, but I just want you all to just think about, what do you think this is? Alright, I will tell you. The Law and Order SVU, as funny as that is that's not the main point, okay? Well, the main point is the people who wrote these articles. So, let me have a look. This is an article, this is a Glaze piece. This is another Glaze piece talking about Depression Quest, about how a very good, powerful message it is, how it's great, and how people should experience it and stuff like that. This was written by Ben Kuchera. Okay, from Polygon, back in 2014. And this is another Law and Order SVU episode. This was talking about it's not about Law and Order SVU, it was about seeing how ZQ was a victim of misogynistic harassment campaign. Okay? That is what this second article, Law and Order SVU, was about. That's what it's about. Basically saying how ZQ was a stunning and brave victim of misogynistic harassment. And what I'm showing you here is these two games journalists wrote these things protecting and glazing ZQ and her single creation. And what I'm showing you here to the right side, look at the right side here. The archives are there for you to verify yourself, okay? Donates to ZQ on her Patreon. Philip Kola donates to ZQ's Patreon. So I want you to understand the type of optics that's being painted here. Okay? Games journalists are writing in their position of so-called objectivity. They're writing glazed pieces for ZQ and Depression Quest, while on the side they are giving her money on her Patreon. I hope you all have a good idea of the type of optics that's being painted here. Do you understand the gravity of the optics being painted here? These are just two examples, okay? These are just two examples. The list is not ending. There's at least tens of this. So many establishment game journalists donate to ZQ. And many of those establishment game journalists have either defended ZQ, attacked her enemies, or outright glazed her and her product. That's how serious this was. That was how serious everything was. Okay, now, before I'm gonna do a small little rest here. And I will read some chat. Any of you have questions? I will read some chat before I move on to the next slide, okay? I'll read some chat and see whether you have anything you want to ask me. Lurkers, I'm sorry for not reading too much of the chat yet because there is a lot to go through. But right now, I would like to read some chat. Do you all have any questions to ask me before we keep going? I will answer to the best of my ability, everything we've covered so far. But if there's anything that you are asking that is going to be about a future slide, I will let you know it's for a future slide. Long story short, Zaxel, you probably saw my X account, the post. I am doing my annual Gamergate retrospective. So yeah, it's a long, long travel. It's a very, very long journey today. Honestly, I don't know if I'm invested or I'm too angry to think of something else. Now, I'm going to tell you right here, if we are individuals with a baseline level of ethics, with a baseline level of basic decency, all of these that we'll be covering today should anger you. If it makes you angry, it makes you pissed off, it makes you irate, it makes you seething in rage, it means your heart is in the right place and your brain is in the right place. Because it should. It should anger you. It should make you angry. These things should never have existed. I don't know. Is Vic here? I don't know. Is Vic here? I don't think he's here. Is Vic here? Let's see. Okay. Nope. I don't think Vic is here. But anyway. Any more questions? I will give you all... Here's what I'll do. I'm going to take a short break. 3-minute break. If any of you have questions, ask it in the chat and I will answer them. And after I answer a bunch of them, I will continue with the slides, okay? For now, I'm going to take a short break. 6767667. Remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Hit the notification bell button. If you don't, you will be blackmailed at 3 a.m. tonight. $5 a month. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Let me share. When we got a collab with Brew Archive, I think I did see that. Yes, I did see that. Let me have a look. Any questions? Let me have a look. Well, Zavok, think about it this way. It's slow, but it's there. The karma is coming slowly. Every single games journalist outlets are keep failing and failing and failing, one by one, progressively. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. Rena, shut up, please. Honestly. If I got even half as much memberships or super chats or whatever it is that is equivalent for Patreon, the same amount that ZQ gets, I will wake up every day grateful. I wouldn't start trash fires and cause problems. Honestly, if I had that much financial backing from my friends and a group of people, I would be so happy and I wouldn't worry about anything much at all. But none of us can. But she has all of that. She has all of that and she squanders it by causing so many problems. And even causing the life of someone. By the way. Causing the life of someone. Alright, let's get back to this. Looks like no one. Master, we're going to talk about the Blue Archive maybe in passing one of these times, but we cannot sidetrack. 50 slides is not going to, the 50 slides are not going to go through itself. Okay? So, okay, lurkers, let's spend this. We can have our top session, our general topic top session after I'm done with this, because right now this is going. Oh boy, this is a topic that has to be repeated every year so that it never gets memory hold. Let's move on. If you thought that was bad, okay, this is gonna get even worse. So back on this part, if you thought a bunch of games journeys writing glaze articles for ZQ and her game, while also on the side donating to her Patreon was bad, it's gonna get a lot worse. This is basically the entire moral of the story for Gamergate. If you thought it's bad, sit around, it's gonna get worse. That's really Gamergate in a nutshell. So let's go to this part 3. This is an interesting story because it shows you how I don't want to use the word evil. I really do not want to use the word evil, but it shows you how underhanded, how unscrupulous ZQ and her friends will be. Okay? So, if you can't read this, I'll just give you a long and short story of it, okay? I'll give you a long and short story. Back in 2014, there was going to be this very, very big indie game reality TV show Game Jam, okay? If I recall correctly, it was a very, very big deal. It was a very, very big deal. A lot of game devs were participating. It was going to be a very big event. The left image is the left image. And what happened with this event was basically it went up in flames. It went up in flames. There were a lot of like minor problems, but what the games journalists did, and oh boy, they have done something very, very... This was one of the top levels of, in my opinion, sleazy behavior I've ever experienced. So what they did was the game jam for their reality TV show had some speed bumps, had some problems, okay? But here was the problem. The game devs blew it out of proportion. So, as you can see with a headline like that, went to hell. It was a trash fire. It was a disaster. It was radioactive. It was horrible. Everyone was at each other's throats. It was crumbling at the seams. It was imploding. And you know what was the worst thing about it? People believed it. People believed it. Suddenly, the producers got cold feet. They wanted to cancel it. Everyone left. The participants left. Because that time, the conflicts were not exposed. People just took the reports from the games journalists at face value. So of course they did. Of course they would believe. Why would a games journalist ever lie? So they did. So they fell for it. Thank you, Trumpet, for the new memberships. Milfin, go thank Trumpet. But back to the story. So, again, as you can see, people is from Nathan Grayson. Funny enough, small world. This article is from Nathan Grayson. And again, quoted ZQ, Robin Arno, and a person who had allegedly had relations with ZQ and Robin Arno as experts corroborating testimonials, experts of the situation. And also what happened? Basically, this whole game jam indie game reality TV show crumbled to the dust. But here is where things get interesting. Not long after this indie game reality TV show crumbled to the dust, there is a new domain was registered. A new website domain was registered. And this website domain was called Rebel Game Jam. Okay? This is the verification that it existed. This domain tools is very small text, I'm sorry, but it's very hard to find. It's very hard to fit everything into this image also. But it was so hard to find this because it was old information. So what is Rebel Game Jam? Well, it just so happens to be the game jam, the only game jam that now exists after that indie game reality TV show game jam went to hell. Oh, who would have thought? What were the odds of that? Lucas, tell me. What a coincidence. I'm sure it's just a coincidence, right, Lucas? Just as the biggest competitor, the indie games reality TV show Game Jam was cancelled and with all the games jurors throwing shade at it and it imploded. A new Rebel Game Jam started to run. Okay? And if you thought that was the worst that it is, oh boy, it gets worse. It turns out this Rebel Game Jam is run and owned and founded by ZQ. It was the only game jam in that year after this one imploded after the previous one imploded. And this all happened within days, by the way. Within days after the news became official that previous game jam was going to be shut down, this one activated. It's run by ZQ. There's even a donation page. And a donation page goes to a PayPal account. And their PayPal account was linked, very stupidly linked, to ZQ by name. By name. Imagine my shock. So the prevailing narrative of all of this was, for those who saw this, was that there were two things that go directly to her PayPal. Firstly, it was the Patreon money, if I recall correctly. It was the Patreon money. Okay? And the second one was this. Which means a very simple question. How is ZQ going to differentiate Patreon money from Rebel Jam money, which she's supposed to use to fund the game jam? Spoiler alert, the jam never happened. Spoiler alert, of course. The game jam never happened. What happened to all that money that people donated? She probably spent it, if I had to guess. Imagine my shock. So yeah, three big examples. Example 1, the game's journalist helped ZQ throw shade at FYC, causing them to be doxxed and their website DDoS'd. The game's journalist wrote glazed pieces on ZQ defending her and praising her depression quest, while also donating directly to her Patreon. The game's journalist completely sabotaged and destroyed
You will
a
have
high-profile
nothing
game
and
jam.
You will
what's
like
this?
it.
Yes, trust me, bro. Method of accounting, indeed. Trumpet, indeed. Thank you for the 2. What was I saying? Yes, the same games journalist that sabotaged and was a very big reason a high-profile game jam imploded and destroyed itself, just to pave the way for another quote-unquote game jam that is incidentally run by ZQ, and all donation money goes to her personal PayPal account. Rashid Abdul, I don't know how much time I have to do that but I am aware of all of this.
You will have nothing and you will like it.
Johnny, what's this? Johnny, what is this? Thank you for the Aka Super. Have fun going down the Gamergate rabbit hole. Wish I could stick around. Night Batman and Cherina, do your thing. Oh my god, Johnny. That scared me, but thank you so much for the Aka Super. Oh my goodness. Oh. Please wait while I reboot my brain, Lucas. Please wait for a couple of minutes while I reboot my brain, please.
You will have nothing and you will
Rude,
write it.
Chaos Smash. Rude. Very rude of you. But thank you for the 5. Alright. Back to this. Let's do a summation. Let's do a takeaway. What are the takeaways for this whole little incident? ZQ was personal and very friendly in personal, very friendly relationship with various games journalists and devs in this indie scene. She uses these relationships to manufacture prestige for herself and weaponizing the press against people who crossed her. These conflicts of interest slowly but surely spread across the internet in 2014. So yes, people dug and people advertised. You had the classic people, you had Jimbo. Heck, you even had Mundane Matt, funnily enough. You had the late Total Biscuit. You had so many people. So many people talking about this relationship. All of this under the hood backroom deals, backroom favors for positive press, for coordinated campaigns. And it really went onto the surface. Really, it did. It went onto the surface. And it was quite something to behold, quite something to discover. It was so shocking. And a lot of people choose not to believe it, but the more they dug, the more they notice, and the more they start to ask questions. And the moment, and it's not just the gamers who started asking questions. Even other game devs started to ask questions. Other games journalists who are not part of the clique started to ask questions. And of course, we were at the first stage of the reaction. We reached the first stage of the reaction. The censorship. Firstly, it started off with people ignoring. They ignored it. They tried to sweep it under the rug. They tried to keep quiet. But it became obvious that it was not gonna disappear. The days turned to weeks. The weeks turned to months. And this was stage 1. I'm sorry, there's so much here in this collage, but long story short is, you have NeoGAF, you have subreddits, you have... I'm going to show you another one. Wikipedia. Everywhere. They started deleting. Firstly, they started shutting down threads talking about ZQ's relationship with a lot of games journalists and a lot of close friendships with a lot of games journalists. They will throw excuses like, this is irrelevant, this is off topic, and none of this, all of this is speculation, it's all conspiracy theories and all of that. And I want to bring to attention the far right image, this one right here with the Kotaku logo. You may not be able to read it. I'm sorry you'll not be able to read it. But I will just give you a summation of what is basically going on in here. So this was a Tumblr blog of a games journalist who was not part of the clique. And this game journalist in question found out about ZQ's relationships with a lot of game journalists and in so-called indie game devs. And this journalist started asking questions. Asking colleagues about all of this. So I started asking questions, is this true? Is this true? Is that true? And all of that. So at first, the colleagues were brushing this person off. They're brushing this person off. I'll just do it. It reached to one. I need glass. Shit. Muted! Damn it! Okay. I'm sorry, I muted. Stupid mic. I'm going to calm myself down and I'm going to give you a summary of every single point, okay? We'll start right to left. So the right one, this one with the large Kotaku logo. A games journalist, not part of the quiz, asked questions. They asked a lot of questions. The colleagues tried to brush this person off, but eventually one of the higher-ups said, if you keep asking questions, I will fire you. This is what this one is about. This small screen cap is basically saying, if you disrespect or quote-unquote mistreat ZQ and other indie game devs, it is a guarantee you will not have a future in this industry. This was what was said here. And the rest here, this is another example. This one right here, Total Biscuit's discussion about the ZQ relationships was deleted by a subreddit mod. The subreddit mod goes by the name of Chupa Cupcake, and Chupa Cupcake just so happens to have a Twitter account who is friends with games journalists and is also directly communicating with ZQ. And NeoGAF being NeoGAF. NeoGAF was basically Reset Era before Reset Era. Thankfully, NeoGAF is now a lot better as a website, but it used to be Reset Era's extremely horrifying website. People used to think of NeoGAF as like Patchor Central for video game discussion forums. So yeah, that's a long story short of this entire piece of. There's a long story short for this entire screen collage. I should have thought of making it a little bit bigger, but it is what it is. Long story short, a bunch of so-called impartial mods from Reddit, from NeoGAF, turns out to be close friends or directly associated with ZQ and the games journalists everywhere who are working with ZQ. And there are a few little backhanded threats saying that if you ask too many questions or you throw too much skepticism at ZQ, your career as a games journalist or indie game dev is going to be cut short. Yeah, let's move on. This was a messy little collage. You know what's even funny? Even 4chan was in on it. Yeah, even 4chan was in on it. So, as the saying goes, during the 2014 incident with ZQ, the Jannies were more doing it for free than usual. They were doing it more for free than usual. So, the V board gets periodic purges of any topic related to ZQ and the game's journalists. Poll also got struck as well. And it seems there were a handful of anons who were, let's say, prevented from accessing the site again because they just kept posting about that topic. And yes, 4chan during 2014 was run by Moot. And you might be wondering, why would Moot do this? And I'm going to show you. Another collage. Meet a certain individual. Here. I want to show this the top up here. I want you to see this one. And ZQ, we exploded their site, oh my god, us. And then ZQ responded, oops, we DDoS'd something on accident. They are referring to this one. What they are referring to is this. Remember how what they are referring to is this. Remember how I told you FYC's website got DDoS'd? Remember that? Do you remember that? Well, they DDoS'd it. And they are gloating about it. This too. Look at this. Who is this person? Lego Butts. Who is Lego Butts? Well, according to the publicly available bio at the time, Lego Butts go by the name of Maya Felix Kramer. Who is Maya Felix Kramer, you might ask? Maya Felix Kramer does PR at the time at least, at the time when this was discovered, did PR at a place called Silver String Media. Silver String Media is this place. And Silver String Media also has a board of advisors. And one of the board of advisors is one person from the board of advisors is Anita herself. Interesting, isn't it? Yes, Maston, you're correct. The Proto Sweet Baby Inc. So yes, a close associate, presumably, of Anita Sarkeesian, Maya Felix Kramer, and personal friends with ZQ. It all goes full circle. And now, how does this relate to 4chan by any stretch of the imagination? Why do you think this relates to 4chan? Well, I'm going to show you right now. It relates to 4chan because of a little something called XOXO Fest. The then owner of 4chan, Moot, is a religious attendee of XOXO Fest, and he was seen part of the crowd during Anita Sarkeesian's panel. The same Anita Sarkeesian, who is working closely with Maya Felix Kramer at Silver String Media, who is a close friend of ZQ. And now you wonder why 4chan deletes everything about ZQ during that time in 2014. Now you wonder why. Because it's all connected. It's all connected. It's actually quite hilarious how connected everything is. It's like a web. The Pak Chor always talks about how right-wing grifters have a web of connections, but no, it's the Pak Chor who have the connections every single time. So that is why 4chan was dragged into this. Clear enough? You're clear enough, Lurkers? You're clear enough? Any questions so far? Because we're gonna keep going if there's no questions. Good. We are now going to keep going. We haven't reached... Not yet. We're only halfway through, Lurkers. We're only halfway through. Almost halfway through. We're still less than halfway through. Alright. So let's move on. When censoring didn't do any... When censoring was... Okay. When keeping quiet was useless. When censorship was useless. They had to eventually talk about it. And they started off mellow, as they usually do. They started off mellow. This is from Stephen Totilo, who ran Kotaku back in the day. He was talking about the whole Nathan Grayson relationship with ZQ thing. His essential statement is, yes, it happens, but it's not a big deal. Reminder, this is the same Stephen Totilo that a lot of PUBG right now are saying completely destroy Smash JT in a debate about Ghosts of Yote, the same Stephen Totilo. And now the same Stephen Totilo is telling that conflict of interest is not a big deal. I want you to understand the type of person we are dealing with. I want you to understand the type of person you are saying schooled Smash JT. He is the type of person who says conflict of interest is not a big deal. This is the type of people Bakcho are trying to tell you that who won the debate against Smash JT over Ghosts of Yote. This is the type of person I want you to understand. People are trying to tell you won the debate. This is basically all there is to say. I trust Nathan. I know it kind of happened. It kind of happened. I know it kind of happened, but I trust Nathan. And we didn't investigate it further because it was not important. That was his point. And he goes further, by the way. He goes further. We are aware, but it's not a problem. Exactly, this is the summation. He goes further. He goes even further than that. And this If there is any reason that you should never take Stephen Totilo's words seriously, and you should never ever and you should unironically believe that Smash JT won the debate before he even started, if there's any evidence whatsoever that Smash JT won his debate against Stephen Totilo before he even started, it's what he said here. In the wake of all that conflict of interest, in the wake of all the talk about conflict of interest, this is a different topic. Yeah, this is about the Robert Florence incident, which was basically someone got smeared by games journalists. It happens all over again. Smeared by games journalists. And there's a lot of people who are saying that isn't it the responsibility of games journalists to make sure they get their facts straight? Yeah, this was the incident about, this was the Robert Florence. This is kind of on the side, a bit of a side info to this, but this shows you the type of person Stephen Totilo is. It will take reporting to find out the facts, and I don't care enough about the latest supposed scandal to ask my reporters to look into it. This was back in 2012. This was back in 2012, a completely different topic altogether, but it shows you even when it's not about ZQ. It's not even about ZQ, it's about another games journalist doing bad actions, doing bad reporting, lying, whether they were lying or whether they were just that negligent in investigating a source. They post wrong information that ended up smearing people. And when a gamer or someone who is concerned with facts asks them, how about you and a bunch of Kotaku journalists, at the time it was 2012, Kotaku journalists, investigate the scandal of the defamatory, the libelous games journalist writing an article to libel somebody, and Stephen Totilo say, I don't care. It was that bad even back then. It was that bad even back then. I want you to understand this. This is 2 years before ZQ. He was already so deep into the selective attention that people are still shocked that Stephen Totilo wouldn't want to investigate the ZQ allegations and would run defense for Nathan Grayson. This is year -2 of Gamergate, by the way. Year -2. So, Phase 2. What was Phase 2? So they tried 2 phases. They tried the censorship angle. No, if the first, they tried the ignoring angle. It didn't work. They then tried the censorship angle. It definitely did not work because it strided out of control. Then they tried the We investigate ourselves and we found no evidence of wrongdoing that is worth attention. And of course, that just pissed people off even more. Internet being the internet, it's never gonna stop. The more you try to force them to stop, the more they will accelerate just to spite you. Welcome OP, thank you for being here. If it was the YouTubers basically, George 9998. Likely or not, it was the YouTubers who blew this out into the open. Who shone a light. So, at the end of the day, YouTubers really did do a lot of gamers a solid by talking about Gamergate. But so, now our question is, what did they do then? What did they do then? They can't keep it quiet. Censoring it did the opposite effect. More and more gamers and even some normies started to notice and kept noticing, and they were asking questions. They never stopped asking questions, and they just kept asking more and more questions. So what next? What next in their little bag of tricks? Would you like to guess, lurkers? What is next in their little bag of tricks? Master? Yes. What happened to my mic again? No, can you stop randomly asking about my mic, please? Don't scare me like that. Is there any problem with my mic, lurkers? Because darkness scared me again and now I'm feeling self-conscious. Is there any problem with my mic right now? Okay, good. Hello, Ben. Hello, Zexel. Okay, good. You sound as banned as ever. Alright, I think... Okay. Yes, Baston. When keeping quiet was useless, when censoring just created a Streisand effect, when trying to say that it's not a big deal seems to piss off the internet a little bit more, they only have one option left in their bag of tricks. The Gamers Are Dead campaign. You are correct, Master. You are very correct. The Gamers Are Dead campaign. And oh boy, did this become... This was the tipping point. This was the start of the gaslighting. When they couldn't hide it, when they couldn't understate it, when they couldn't censor it, and when people just kept asking questions, the only other option they could do was start gaslighting. Oh no, we are not corrupt. It's the gamers who are bigots and just hate women in video games. That is what they say. One after another, after another, after another, after another. Kotaku, Polygon, Gamma Sutra, Rock Paper Shotgun, Arsnet, Technica, and most of the big-ish games journalist websites, even Game Ranks back in the day as well. They started releasing smear piece after smear piece after smear piece against the gamers. Gamers are misogynistic. Gamers are bigoted. Gamers just hate women. Gamers are toxic. We should not have to care about the gamers. We should not have to cater to the gamers. Gamers do not have to be our customer. All of that. And what shocked us more than the extremely uncalled for attacks on the gamers, on us, what really shocked us back in the day was not just how mean they sounded, but rather how coordinated they were. These articles were released hours apart. At the absolute maximum, a day or two apart. But most of the times it was released hours or minutes apart. Sometimes minutes apart, I want to emphasize. Again, it was weird. It was so weird. Just like how all the ZQ things happen, it was so weird how coordinated it was. It was so weird how much they all sound the exact same way. They sound similar. Gamers are awful, gamers are bad, gamers are misogynistic, sexist gamers. They all say the same thing and they all say it around the same time. And to show you that the timing was very sus, here's a small little snapshot. August 28th. This is the proof. Don't take my word for it. Don't take my word for it that it was all that it all looks, the timing is all too odd and it's like between minutes and hours. Don't take my word for it. Have a look at this. Verify it by yourself if you want. The articles all saying the same thing, posted within hours, sometimes even minutes. If there's one thing these extremely arrogant games journalists do not realize if they want to make a coordinated hit piece, they should not post it within minutes of each other. That is too obvious. So yeah, as we find out the breakdown of the time of each article being released, things starting to, again, if you thought the previous incident with ZQ was suspicious, this got even more suspicious. And you know what they did? They also started attacking. They also started what I would call friendly firing, lurkers. They started friendly firing. Because all these games journalists talk about how they support women, believe women, support women. Women need to have their fair shake, their fair share at opportunities, especially in the games industry. And then what happens when a feminist academic made a video about them, about the topic? Christina Sommers, the factual feminist. She made a video about video games and asked the question, are video games sexist? Long story short, she went through a very, very long video explaining everything. And she reached to the ending that video games are not sexist. That it was merely a representation of people being interested in specific things, or usually men are the ones who go all in hardcore on video games. Women there are growing, but still they are more focused on the casual side of gaming. But it's a very long story. And what did Christina Sommers get as a response for her well thought out arguments? You have people accusing her of being conservative. You have people trying to paint her as internalized misogyny. You have people who called her a fake feminist. All of that, usual. It's just like the case of Hogwarts Legacy back in 2023, when a group of trans individuals said, how about we don't harass people just because they want to play a video game? You don't want to play it, I don't want to play it, that's fine. We don't have to harass people. And the first thing they got as response is traitor. Exactly right. It's the same case as this. Christina Sommers overnight became the traitor. Because, oh God forbid, she has an opinion. And now, I'm going to bring up a name that y'all probably may or may not remember. There's a chance you may remember his name, but I don't know. Milo Yiannopoulos. He's an old name. He lurks here and there, but he also got into a little bit of a jumping on the whole Gamergate incident. He jumped into this whole Gamergate incident, and if I recall correctly, he was the one who broke the news. He was the one who broke the news. He was the one who broke the news that we all think it's all of this. Why does it all seem so coordinated? Milo, if I recall correctly, he was the one who broke the news. Why does everything look so coordinated? Well, simple actually, because it is. The Games Journal Pros mailing list. It got uncovered. It got exposed. It probably takes a different form right now, but it got exposed and it got uncovered. And it was essentially what it says. A secret mailing list for the so-called professional games journalists. And this was where different games journalists brainstorm a topic to coordinate the release of the articles. Big names everywhere. Of course, we have a few frequent names like Jason Schreier, Will O'Neill, Andrew Groen. A lot of familiar names. Again, the links are all provided for you for easy access lurkers if you are ever curious. But long story short is, why does it look like all of these Gamers Are Dead articles were so coordinated and everything happened so rapid succession, giving the impression that everything was pre-planned together by different games journalists? Simple answer, it was. It was a clique. It was a clique of games journalists who were in direct communication with each other back in the day. And this was their discussion. This was their discussion about the ZQ incident. Will O'Neill, that's right. Will O'Neill, that's what you're referring to, by the way, Wizardchan. You're referring to Will O'Neill, the one at the slightly at the middle of the right image. I will read and I quote, "Who here hasn't slept with a PR person or a game developer, am I right? Editor-in-Chief of Tech Radar. They're all in on it. It is all one big club and none of us are invited." Yes. Yes. It always gets worse when it comes to Gamergate. It always gets worse. I'm shocked by how much worse it can get, but it just keeps getting worse. And yes, you are right, Wizardchan. You are right. I am quite shocked. There's a high chance you're right, yes. And it makes me sad that it's still so commonplace. But so what was the response to this? So remember, gamers are racist, gamers are sexist, gamers are misogynistic, gamers are bigots, gamers are literally the KKK, gamers are the windmill gangsters. So what was the response from the internet in retaliation to this? Because let me tell you, it was a retaliation. Not your shield. Not your shield. All of them gamers. They started posting on Twitter, on Facebook, on Tumblr, in forums, anywhere, with the hashtag #NotYourShield. Gamers from Asia, gamers from South America, gamers from the Middle East, gamers from Southeast Asia, gamers from mainland, gamers from Korea, gamers from Japan, men and women, girls and boys. Everyone. So many people. They say, "Shut up. We know your angle." Yes, I remember what Tim Schafer said. He mocked "Not Your Shield." He mocked "Not Your Shield." But basically a whole bunch of gamers came in unison came out and said, "We know the game you're trying to play, games journalists. You're trying to use our identities as your shield to protect yourselves from legitimate criticism of your lack of ethics in your line of profession." And "Not Your Shield" blew up. The games journalists will always try. This is the biggest thing. This of all the things that games journalists and many pakcha right now will work so damn hard to memory hole. Of all the things, it's "Not Your Shield." Because it proves that they have nothing to fall back to. They only have lies, they only have narratives. They do not get to play the victim because everyone rejects them. This is, make no mistake, this is the biggest memory hole they want. They want this entire counter campaign to "Gamers Are Dead" disappear. They want "Not Your Shield" to be forgotten on the internet. Do not let them forget this. There's more. It was a very long campaign. It deprived the games journalists of their savior complex validation. They understand that the core problem of this industry is not sexism, it's not misogyny, it's not bigotry, it's not racism. Is games media not having the shame to disclose that they have conflicts of interest and pretend that they do not, while they do all of the things to benefit the people they are friends with or have traded favors with. This is what they are trying really, really hard to memory hole. If Tim Schafer hated this campaign so much, if Tim Schafer hated Not Your Shoe so much, I think the question Tim Schafer should be asking is, why does he hate it so much? It's more a him problem than it is ours. Honestly speaking. Make no mistake. Gamergate 2014, the first Gamergate. It has crippled the games journalism industry. Crippled. Didn't kill it, as evidently it did not kill it, but they have turned from a somewhat trusted, authoritative source on all things video games into whatever a games journalist say, do the opposite. Whatever a games journalist tell you to think, you think the opposite. Games journalism now does not have any credibility. Games journalism now does not have any respect. That is the victory at the end of the day. That is why games journalist has become a meme. And they have no one else except themselves to blame for that. But, like I say, ZQ, the discovery of ZQ, it was the Archduke Ferdinand incident for the games industry. It was. And the world war of games industry never stopped. It's been over 10 years and he has never stopped. Not for even one day. It has never stopped. And now it's forever the scapegoat. It has been forever the scapegoat. Most of us will never forget what happened during Gamergate. But we allowed it to just... Gamergate in 2014 did its duty. It fulfilled its role. It told us the truth about games journalism. Yeah, I use that. Every time I say the word journalism, I feel like puking, seriously. It gave us the truth about games journalism, and it told us very, very clearly that games journalists are not to be trusted. And that is a lesson we have always remembered. We will always forever remember, and we continue to remember. But here's the problem. The Pak Chor, they never forget Gamergate. It is like a ghost forever haunting them. Forever haunting them. The reason that they lost their credibility, the reason that people make fun of them, they will never forget it. So what happens whenever something on the, not even right wing side, okay, not even right wing, but even non-partisan, common sense, something that's as simple as, wait a minute, what you're saying is ridiculous, I disagree. They blame it on Gamergate. Years: 2014, 2015, 2016, 17, 18, 19, 20, even till now, 2026, Gamergate keeps getting mentioned by them. Endlessly. Some of the high-profile ones. Salon writing articles about Elon over X, over the acquisition of X, over his opinion on USAID, Gamergate. South Korea having young conservatives, blame Gamergate. Even South Korea, of all the places. Amber Heard being caught gloating that she can falsely accuse Johnny Depp. Gamergate. And then of course last year, Anissa's wife, Ian, made a video about Anita Sarkeesian and then bringing up Gamergate. The forever scapegoat. It really was the forever scapegoat. And it was amazing. It was absolutely amazing how much of a forever scapegoat this is. Alright. This is a good place to take a break. We still have 20 slides to go. But I think it's a good place to take a short break while I take some questions. Lurkers, I'll take some questions. I have no idea why Anita still has a career in video game consulting. Like I said at the start of the stream, George Kwan Hai. Connections, relationships. She knows the right people, she entertains the right people, and they in turn give her power. I haven't really a strong memory of Gone Home, honestly. I am aware that Gone Home was another one of those who really made the splash back during Steam Greenlight of being another non-game, but that's the extent of it. Do you think these feminist worldwide games journals are coordinated by a puppeteer? From the looks of it, I'd have to guess so. The question is are they puppeteering each other, or is there a big bad puppeteering them? I don't know, but I suspect something's running them. Alright, let's continue. We have our little break already. I think Epstein turned out to be pushing some of this. I suspect too as well. So we have, I talked about this last year, but for a brief moment, there was a very short return of Gamergate in an official capacity. Gamergate 2. The Sweet Baby Inc. arc. Gamergate 2, a small revisit of Gamergate. The first time Vivian James was brought back from the dead. This was a very, very big. This was a rabbit hole in its own way. Long story short, you all probably know about Sweet Baby Inc. I don't have talked a lot about it. But long story short, it is a so-called consultancy firm that somehow has a lot of connections with the Canadian government, and somehow has sunk its claws into a lot of Western game developers and even some Asian game developers. But the key point is that they moved their headquarters to California, which allowed them to be infiltrated in some way. They caused a lot of damage. They caused a lot of damage to the games industry by latching on to other game studios like a Parasite, changing their mindset, changing their direction, making products that no gamers want to play. And these games end up being major failures and disasters. Forspoken. Slide Squad, Dustborn, the list goes on. The list truly goes on. And people working at Sweet Baby Inc. admit it. They admit it. They admit to infiltrating your hobbies, scaring the game developers into playing ball with them, or else they will be cancelled. They don't reach a tipping point when a Steam account that went by the name of Kabutas created a curated group on Steam. And all he did was credit any game that Sweet Baby Inc. has ever worked on. Now for some reason, Sweet Baby Inc. employees did not like that. They did not like that. They love to brag about the games they worked on, but when other people bring it up, suddenly they do not like it all that much already. One of the ex-staff of Sweet Baby Inc. made a whole post trying to get people to coordinate mass harassment against Kabrutas, the founder of the curated group. And as you know, the internet being the internet and gamers being gamers, they don't like it when people start calling for harassment campaigns. And that was the revival of Gamergate. The first revival. The first big revival. Now, you see the word Sweet Baby Inc., it is considered toxic. Even the most normie video game corporations, they see Sweet Baby Inc., all they can think of is, this is toxic, I want nothing to do with this. Every single consultancy group gets vigilance, constant vigilance by the internet. The internet will continue to watch, the internet will continue to police, the internet will continue to scout. They will always find where these so-called consultancy groups dug their heels into. And they will never let go until everything is publicized, everything is transparent, everything is shown to public. So yes, the long and short of Gamergate 2, you have Sweet Baby Inc. only have themselves to thank for kickstarting Gamergate 2 and making and activating the internet to constantly watch out for their antics. And now, for 2026. For 2026, we have the second revival of Vivian James. A little bit of foreshadowing, a series of tweets, if you will. Let me show you a bunch of tweets. Anita Sarkeesian came out from the woodwork again. She has always worked in the shadows, biding her time, infiltrating anything and everything.
Maybe I can illustrate this with an example. So I don't debate people. For years, these fucking assholes on the internet are like, debate me. Like, I'll pay you 10 grand if you debate me, blah, 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 blah. And I'm just like, no. And
the reason is you are a coward and you are afraid to be called out. You are afraid that the facts will go against you. Admit it, Anita. If you ever went on a debate with anyone at all, you will be destroyed in seconds. That's why you always say no to an offer for debate, even if it's an offer with payment for debate.
The reason I don't is because it is a lot harder when you're perpetuating.
Do you see that? Do you see that, Lucas? She was tried. You saw it when she stuttered, and the way her eyes moved and her hands moved. You know she was trying to create a mental gymnastics to justify saying no to an offer for debate. Marshiro, welcome. Dreambird, welcome. Arden, welcome. It's quite a decent turnout to this topic, which I'm glad.
The status quo, you can use 2-3 words to get your point across. When you're challenging the status quo, you have to unpack
the status quo and then provide a vision for the future and the alternative vision, right? So you are immediately in a losing position.
So you're just lazy. Is that what you're trying to say, Anita? You're just lazy. You're just lazy and you're afraid that your entire point and argument cannot hold up in a proper marketplace of opinions. Is that what you're trying to say, Anita? Is that what you're trying to say?
Like you can't win that. There's no way. And so I think for me, all of the work that anybody does that's challenging the status quo to build more progressive, a more progressive, more social justice world is immediately confronted at every turn constantly with that type of resistance. It's a lot of like, how do you phrase things in a way that is accessible to the largest audience possible?
In other words, you want to take the coward's way. You want to... It only works for so long, Zev. That's the thing. It only works for so long. And now the games industry is floundering and all that is left, there are only a handful of people left who actually entertain people like them in any meaningful way. And yes, what a fraud as well. Fermis pretend their views are not mainstream. They are very mainstream. Extremely mainstream.
While retaining the core of what you're trying to say without dumbing down what you're trying to say, right? I love...
Then go on to a debate with someone. What better way to prove everyone you are right than to win a debate with someone? But either way, Anita is back. And this is somewhat tangentially related and relevant, but I want to skip through it a little bit. But long story short is a lot of accounts have reported that Slay the Spire turns out to have Anita Sarkeesian as a contributor. And the main developer of Slay the Spire 2 also donates to Wings Media, which she was also an advisor on. That's the long short story. But I'll bring that thoughts on Sandford Devs meeting Sarkeesian. Honestly, I would have never played Slay the Spire even without Anita Sarkeesian's influence on it. I know some would probably viewed it as a big oh feeling, but I was like, I never really cared about Slay the Spire 2, and when I found out about this, it's like, meh, of course they did. That is my view on it, because you know what I think about. You know what I think about turn cringe games where two people stand at ends of the corners, just taking a step front and hitting and then taking a step back. Norberry, and ironically, I can imagine Mumbo saying that. Bull-Seater Slime Keezy and Mumbo. That would be so funny. But yeah. Turns out even in the current year, Anita Sarkeesian has infiltrated games of varying sizes. But of course we weren't shocked at all, were we? I don't think any of us were shocked. I don't think any of us were shocked. Yeah, there's a little bit of a foreshadowing. It's not the most... A lot of different content creators already talk about this. A lot of different YouTubers talk about the Anita Sarkeesian discovery. Yeah. Maybe after we are done, we can find a video talking about it in proper length. Now, let's get to the crux of Gamergate 3. Make no mistake, Gamergate 3 is back. If you thought the whole Cabrutus incident or the Hogwarts Legacy incident was a big return of Gamergate, you haven't seen Mixtape. Oh, that old boy. God, this is exhausting. This is going to be exhausting, but it's a good thing at least that I am... Time-wise, I'm making good time. With a little bit of luck, I might be able to get some winding down activities and maybe do a little bit of a chat or play a little bit of games depending on what I want. Yes, I know, I saw. We want to bring that up too. I'm going to preface this by saying lurkers. And non-lurkers who are watching this stream, who are maybe about to type something. I don't know, there may be a chance. About to type something about something along the lines, so you haven't even experienced Mixtape. You didn't play Mixtape. How would you know whether it's a good or bad game? Okay. I did. You would like to deny that I did? You would like to deny that I did, but I did. I saw it. I saw all of the parts that matters. And I got to say, in my personal opinion, the content of the game. Okay? The content of the game. In my personal opinion, without the politics, without the talk about Nepo babies and all of that, my opinion on the entire narrative of the game. Mixtape is nostalgia for psychopaths and sociopaths who use their youth as an excuse to do bad things. Dare I say it? It's nostalgia for bad people. It's nostalgia for people who have always disappointed their parents, always caused trouble for everyone around them. It's the nostalgia for that type of people. And you're going to struggle to convince me otherwise. Don't worry, Milfin, I didn't give them money. Don't worry, I didn't give them money, Milfin. Dizzy guided me through Mixtape. Lurker-chan, here's the thing. The Mixtape saga is still ongoing. It hasn't ended. It has not ended. What I'm giving you right now is still a story that hasn't reached its endpoint just yet. Oh my goodness. This is another 20 slides, Lurkers. It's another 20 slides. I probably need to eat something because I'm getting hungry. I need to make sure I have enough energy to talk about Mixtape. I need to pause about it before I go into this because let me tell you, Lurkers, this is a rabbit hole. This is a rabbit hole. And this is why I was so tired at the start of the morning. It was a rabbit hole. I was compiling my PowerPoint slides to add Gamergate 3 and oh boy, was it a rabbit hole that you will never believe. Well, you will probably believe it when I talk to you about it, but Just take it as like for dramatic purposes, okay, Lucas? I'm gonna go grab a bite to eat. I need to have my energy in tip-top levels before I can talk about this, okay? I'll see you in 3 minutes or 4 minutes. You all can grab a drink, grab some food, or get ready to go to bed. Up to you. I'll be back in a few minutes, Lucas. I'll see you. Remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Hit the notification bell button. If you don't, you will get a hit piece written on you by games journalists at 3 a.m. tonight. $5 a month. Because Zero said he muted just as I appeared. Okay, I got some biscuits. Some nice biscuits. I'm gonna eat something first. Any questions? I was eating like this. I was eating. I need some sustenance. Alright. That will hold me over for a while. Let's get started with Gamergate 3. I'm sure we can all see how this is going, right? I don't have to tell you so much about this. I don't have to go into so much detail of what you are seeing, but yes. The giant wall of 10 out of 10s. What a shocker. What a big shocker. IGN, Dual Shockers, Indie Informer. The list goes on and on and on and on and on. And again, just like with Depression Quest, just like with all of the coordinated defense for ZQ, this was definitely something that raises a lot of people's eyebrows. For sure it did. And it definitely raised my eyebrows too when I first saw it. By that time I was like, I admit, when it first came out I was like, it barely appeared on my radar until people started talking about it. And then my reaction was, okay, what is this about? Then I saw the posts, I saw the memes, I saw the incidents, I saw everything. And I dug, and I started to dig. And I really started to dig hard. And what I found was some very interesting stuff that I don't know if you all know enough about it, but we're going to start with we're going to start with what they want us to believe with Mixtape, okay? The indie darling, they call it. Mixtape's director left a music career as frontman for a punk rock band called The Galvashores, never heard of them, to form Melbourne-based studio. His latest project, collaboration with indie hit seeker Annapurna, and we're going to talk about that story. We will talk about the story because a lot of these games journalists, they will not tell you this story, but I will tell you this story. Okay? I will tell you this story. I want you to remember this part. When Kotaku says hit seeker Annapurna Interactive, I want you to remember this part. And it's not the most obvious, not like the obvious thing that I want to talk about, but something else entirely I will tell you. This is from Kotaku, this from The Guardian, from Smashing Pumpkins to blah 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 blah. New Australian indie, remember indie. Video game mixtapes, the blast of nostalgia. Okay, indie. How to make a mixtape. This is from an article in This Week in Video Games, directly interviewing the creative director of the devs of Mixtape. Okay, directly interviewing the creative director. And he himself calls it. You can search this interview up. It's still available on the Surface web. It's not, and probably there's an archive of it, but you can just access it. If you want to use an ad blocker, go right ahead, it's fine. Turn off that pesky ad block. No, that's just joking. But anyway, Mixtape's creative director, this guy, Galvatron guy. I can't believe he's called Galvatron. I cannot believe it. Galvatron is the second version of Megatron. Oh my goodness, why would he call himself Galvatron? But anyway, he calls Mixtape an indie game as well. He calls his studio an indie studio. And I want you to keep this in mind. Indie. Vice, one band that didn't make it into a mixtape, and everything else we learned chatting with the game's creators. Call, and back here again. Creative director and producer of Mixtape shared one band that was too expensive for the soundtrack, which hangout inspired the game Zala. That's why indie. This is already an oxymoron. This is already an oxymoron. I'm sure you already noticed this. Indie Annapurna title. Indie publisher title. So on one hand it's an indie game, but on the other hand it's published by a publisher. So which is it? An indie game or a standard game that's published? Which is it? That is the question. And they do not dare to answer these questions. A lot of them are trying to dodge such an important question. But yes, they call it the indie game darling with the 10 out of 10s and the 9 out of 10s. Now, the next important part, these are all circumstantial evidence. I'm giving you all circumstantial evidence, okay? So we can paint this story together. We can create the impressions together, okay? Now, I want you to understand the gravity of this information. Okay? Firstly, Mixtape bought the license for a whole bunch of songs, 28 songs in total, 28 tracks. Some more expensive than others. Based on estimates of the costing of some licenses, The range can go from as low as 500k to as high as 1.155 million. But I want you to keep in mind, this is only for the standard license, so 5 to 10 years. The $1.155 million maximum price is only for a 5 to 10 year song license. Now you add to that every single 28 tracks have been licensed forever, paid in perpetuity, which means that 1.2 million, oh, that's gonna go way up. That's gonna go way up. Times 10, maybe times 5, times 10. Who knows how big the number is gonna go up. Probably 10 million. If they're lucky, 8 million, 9 million. Perpetuity is a big bump in the price because you're buying the license to play that song in your game forever. And forever is a whole lot longer than 5 to 10 years. Don't you agree, Lakis? Not even GTA did that. Not even Saints Row did that. Fallout New Vegas Obsidian Entertainment tried to license one song. One song. Viva Las Vegas by Elvis Presley. It's probably along the price of an anthem. So roughly between 300k to 600k. And even Obsidian say that's a price too high. I would rather license cheaper songs like the ones that became a meme now, like what was that song? Texas Red, Big Iron on His Hip, and all of that. The lesser known song, the less popular songs. And can you imagine an anthem song? Mixtape bought 5 to 8 of them. What stupid mic? Damn it, stupid mic. And Bethesda and Obsidian Entertainment with the backing of Bethesda and ZeniMax. They looked at one anthem song by Elvis Presley, around the 300k to 600k mark, and they gawk at the price. It is way too much. It is absurdly big of a number just for one song. And again, from Mixtape, they got 5 to 8 of them. So you have to tell me. Marcos, welcome to the stream. Thank you for being here. We are talking about Gamergate all over again. Rewards, payments, donations. Big rich publishers who throw money at you all day, every day. We're talking about that. Marco Seabear, relax, and I hope you will have a not too stressful. Yes, they did, Marcos. They did. Australian money. An estimate of 90,000 Australian dollars. But here's the thing. The Australian government has a finite number of grants to give for indie games made in Australia. And there are a lot of people applying for that grant. If the developers of Mixtape actually had any care and any shame and any class, they would have foregone the 90,000 grant and let the government give it to a different, actually struggling game developer in Australia who actually has a good vision and needs the money. But no, they accepted the money. They accepted the money. Despite having Annapurna's hundreds of millions of dollars backing. But yeah, that is to give you a perspective. Yeah, imagine if Mixtape devs just say, we are rich, Annapurna backs us, give your grant to a different game dev who actually needs that money. Imagine if they had that much class. At least I wouldn't have to complain that much about them. But of course they didn't do that. They will never do that. Money is money to them, I suppose. Now we're going to get into the meat and potatoes of this. So all of this is just to set the scene again. Indie game? Indie game, you're saying? Now we get into the story, the money. Indie game? Mixtape is published by Annapurna Interactive. A very, very rich corporation. Indie. Don't make me laugh. Indie game. Don't make me laugh. Unlike some people on the internet, I actually prefer that words have meaning. And you call Mixtape an indie game? What type of a practical joke are you trying to pull with me here, actually? What product does Oracle sell, Zavok? I will give you the long and short of it. Oracle sells Orwellian surveillance equipment. Cameras to scan your faces. Software to track everyone's movement. To track everyone's activities online. To track everyone's purchasing patterns online. Long story short, they would like to say it's cloud services in general, but honestly, it goes deeper than that already. Surveillance equipment. But at this point, I will not forget what Larry Ellison says out loud in a showroom. The people will be on their best behavior because we can monitor everything that they do. I will never forget that. I will never forget that very iconic phrase. Yeah, okay, Marchon. Let's... Okay, here is where most people online stop. Here's where most people online stop. Okay? And I want to show you something. Remember I told you to remember this quote from Kotaku? Indie Hit Seeker Annapurna Interactive. I want you to remember this part. Hit Seeker. Okay? Because most people will stop at this information. Most. But me and just a handful of others have dug. And we have started digging, we found more things that paint quite the interesting picture of why a game like Mixtape could possibly exist. Okay? Let me just give you a little bit more information. This is the type of money we're dealing with Annapurna. On her 25th birthday, she was given a hong bao, a really big red packet, a birthday red packet if you will, or of a modest sum of $200 million. Imagine getting paid. Imagine receiving a birthday gift of $200 million for your birthday, for your 25th birthday. Can you imagine that, lurkers? Can you imagine that? And of course, she likely funneled all of it into her little pet project Annapurna, and a whole bunch also for her own lifestyle. The modest sum of $200 million. Truly, modest, small family, small, hard-working, blue-collar family amount that a hard-working father will give to his daughter. $200 million, modest blue-collar sum right here. You cannot imagine that. I cannot imagine that either. It keeps going, by the way. It keeps going. Then, of course, the questions start to rise. The questions start to break in, as they say. They start to break in. Mixtape, review and player split pattern is not the usual pattern you will see from a video game. Usually games that just come out. Their peak concurrent players would usually be higher than their reviews. You can see this pattern everywhere, from big games to small games. The peak concurrent players would customarily be higher than the total number of reviews. But for some reason, Mixtape demonstrates the pattern of an old game. An old game where its peak concurrent players are lower than the number of reviews. So something is sus, at least to me. This is not a pattern you will usually see in a game that came out just 4 days ago. So something is really, really sus. You wouldn't bet an eye if this ratio was on a game like Skyrim or Left 4 Dead 2, Elden Ring even. But for a game that just came out 4 days ago, no. And there was also the one review on Steam where someone shared with me, showing that a person only played 15 or so minutes of Mixtape, refunded it, and then left a good review, then refunded it. I saw that review, and I'm sure a lot of you saw that review as well. Very interesting. Very interesting. Very interesting. Very interesting. Now, is that really all there is to it? No. We are part 4 now. Reviews is one thing. Critics is one thing. Names on a Steam review page is one thing. What about the actual people who played the game? What about the actual people who streamed the game? Well, let's just say it's agony. A whole bunch of people streamed the game. Of course, at their risk where they turn on the music, because every single damn thing is copyrighted music. and we were suspecting that it is by design as well, because Annapurna probably does not want you to watch other people experience the game. They want you to buy it themselves. Buy it themselves. I use Tenma and Dizzy as an example. Tenma because she suffered a whole lot going through that experience, and Dizzy, well, Dizzy helped me go through the experience alongside her. Yeah, Tenma illustrates exactly why I think that Mixtape is nostalgia for psychopaths and sociopaths who use their youth as an excuse to do bad things. Okay. I think we're done with the corporate side of it for now. Let's have a little bit of just a short look. Okay? Just a bit of a short look. What type of devs is Beethoven and Dinosaur? What type of dev is he or them? Not a very good one, in my personal opinion, if their history is to be believed. They have only ever made 2 games. The first one, as we know, is Mixtape. The game before it's called Artful Escape. It is also another non-game. There is no challenge. It plays itself if you want it to. It's just against selling the vibes. And it's just selling a vibe. And the telling thing is, this is the very telling thing, and I think this is what you all should be aware of. The devs tried to open a Kickstarter before Annapurna found them, and that Kickstarter failed. There was no question of it, it failed. In the marketplace of ideas, this dev failed. The idea was not good enough. Evidently, we never heard of this game until Mixtape entered the news. Evidently, we never heard of this game. No, it became very apparent that not many people seem to buy into the whole idea of this non-game. Must say everyone involved corrupting games hate everything themselves, other people. Like, what do we do to them? Yeah, what did we do to them actually? That's a good question. But I think it's just narcissism. At the end of the day, it's just narcissism. They find the lowest hanging fruit to infiltrate. But yes, this Artful Escape was their first game, and it was not good. The people didn't like them. Their Kickstarter goal definitely didn't make up, and the performance was horrible. This was their first game, lurkers. This is their first game. Beethoven and Dinosaur's first game, Artful Escape. Maximum peak concurrent players of 72. I want you to understand this. Eventually, just a little bit of information, eventually, Annapurna added this group into their partnership and they published this game. And surprise, surprise, this game had a lot of positive reviews as well. But this game had a lot of positive positive reviews, but there was one problem. Barely anyone played it. What is there to play anyway? That's what most of the people are mentioning who experienced it outside of the reviews. It still had a lot of positive reviews, but again, where the hell do those positive reviews come from? That's a big question. So, Beethoven and Dinosaur has had a similar pattern like this. Their projects were not popular amongst the gaming crowd, so they needed Annapurna to give them backing. And it just so happened when the game comes out, they get glowing positive reviews by so many people, but for some reason the peak concurrent players never showed the amount of positive reviews. In fact, it's the opposite. Barely anyone plays.
You will have nothing and you will write it.
Luca Antonio Gramsci, isn't that a Grammon guy? Literally thought that escapism is capital brainwashing. There must be some. Oh my god. I expect him to say something like that. Gremon something something, Gram something. I can't remember his name. So yes, this is actually the biggest indictment, the biggest proof that Mixtape was astroturfed, because when they tried to do it themselves, this is the biggest proof that Mixtape was astroturfed, because when the devs tried to do it themselves as a proper indie game, trying to get backers for their game, it was not something that was attractive to anyone. Well, it was not something attractive to enough people that the Kickstarter would pass. This is why there's so much questions. This is why there's so many questions. There is so many questions. What is this? I have a confession. I did almost fall for the feminist and activist crap, which I do still feel shame for that. Thank God it was the face I got, although most of us did, okay? Let's be fair, most of us did. Most of us did. Because we are empathetic. We are genuinely empathetic people who feel like we want to do right, who feel like we want to do right, do the good thing, do the decent thing. And of course, activists will use that kindness in all of us to mislead us into believing things that turn out to be wrong. For one reason or another, they turn out to be wrong. Or damaging. Either on both. But yeah, I'm going to get a little sidetracked again, but we can afford to be sidetracked a little bit. We're almost done. So yeah, when this game was a proper indie game, it was on the verge of flopping. The devs' ideas were not good. People didn't care for it. Maybe other than a micro niche, definitely not enough to make enough money. I hate this pathetic mic. I hate this pathetic mic so much. I hate it so much. I hate it so much. I hate this damn mic so much. I'm gonna grab a new mic. Stupid mic. I hate how. Where did I stop? Where did I stop? Where did I stop, Lucas? Where did I stop? Only 30 seconds ago. Oh my god, 30 seconds ago is still so much because I yap a lot in 30 seconds. Oh my god. You know what? I'm gonna start over. Let me catch a deep breath. Let me catch a deep breath and I'll start over. Alright. What I wanted to say is we now know that the devs of the Mixtape devs, if they were allowed to just be an actual indie dev, they would not have been successful. That Kickstarter was only attractive to a micro niche, not enough to meet the Kickstarter goal. So now with all of that being understood, we noticed this. When we actually tried it, it was a horrible experience. We noticed this very weird review behavior compared to player behavior. We noticed this, the Nepo babies, the extremely rich publishing company that honestly, how do you call yourself an indie game after that? And doubly so when you can afford the most expensive anthem-style songs that can reach to 1.2 million in the minimum, but it's probably going to go way above that because the songs are licensed in perpetuity. And you compare all of this, and we have skepticisms. Would you like to guess what the games journalists and all of the excess content creators say in response to our skepticism? What do you think they did? You don't have to guess. Yeah, you're correct. You're correct. I'm just asking a stupid question. Yes. More gamers are dead. But this time it's gamers are chuds. The chuds. For instance, a games journalist who was caught stealing and plagiarizing articles from various different YouTubers, from Smash JT to Master of the TDS, he made a very classy tweet. 100,000 this word gamers who have not played something all have the same opinion about it, and they turn around and accuse 50 reviewers of groupthink. That is so funny to me. It's not funny. It's not funny. It's not funny. You mean, what type of logic are you trying to pull here? What's the guy's name? Grub. The Grub Man. Grub Man. What are you trying to pull here? Are you trying to say that hundreds and thousands of random people on the internet who have no relations to each other, who do not care about each other, who do not know each other, all reaching mostly the same conclusion, is the hive mind? Is the groupthink? But the actual group of cliques of game reviewers, all giving a 10 out of 10 on everything, is not groupthink? Is that what you're trying to say? This is projection. This is look who's talking. Grub Man. Grub. Jeff Grubb. And of course, this one, another one. This is a gimmick account. I can't believe they made a mixtape gimmick account. Look, here's. They made a mixtape. Someone made a mixtape gimmick account. With a mixtape profile pic. That is amazing. And then of course that last guy, Jeremy, I don't know who he is, but who he is, but let's read what he says, okay? Let's read what he says. The mixtape is an Ellison Nepo baby project. Discourse is peak modern internet, pure unadulterated grift fueled by people who would rather manufacture outrage than open a single Wikipedia. Here's a big problem. Wikipedia is in on it. No duh. We wouldn't want to touch a Wikipedia tab because they're in on it. They lie. We know Wikipedia lies constantly. No duh. Let's actually look at the reality of how this game got made. Let's have a look. Mixtape wasn't cooked up in a Hollywood boardroom. It's the brainchild of Johnny Galvatron. Okay. Johnny is an Australian musician who used to front the punk rock band The Galvatrons. Never heard of them. 2017, he stepped away from the band to found his own studio, Beethoven and Dinosaur. Yes. His first game, Afu Escape, was a masterpiece that won massive critical acclaim, secured BAFTA nominations, and proved Johnny's unique voice in the industry. Yes, and he was astroturfed. I don't know what else you want me to say, Jeremy. It was astroturfed. The game itself does not perform. What am I supposed to think? That doesn't tell me anything. Their proven track record and creative success is exactly what landed them the funding for Mixtape. No, it was not a creative. It was not a success. Astroturfing is not a success. Getting a bunch of game reviewers to give you 10 out of 10 when no players actually bought your game is not success. It just means their grifting did not work. Look at Artful Escape for 1 second and tell me, does this look like a success to you? Lurkers, tell me. Does this look like a success story to you? Does this look like a proven track record of success to you? If anything, I'm pretty sure Beethoven and Dinosaur made a loss for Annapurna with this project. I'm pretty damn sure. I'm pretty sure. What good is 10 out of 10 reviews? What good is 10 out of 10 reviews when you get nothing back in return? You don't get the pay, you don't get revenue, you don't get profits, nothing. Let's finish it. But sure, let's ignore years of indie hustle. No. Years? 2 years. Roughly 2 years. 2 years. And he made only one game. And it's not really the game. Don't lie, Jeremy. Please, don't lie to my face. You know what? I'm going to make a post. No, I'll make a post afterwards. We have to finish this. We'll have to make a post afterwards. I'll make a post afterwards. I have to make a post afterwards. Or maybe I don't want to. We are already getting a little bit overworked with the whole mixtape thing. But you know what I want? I'll see whether I want to. I'll see whether I want to. We're gonna find out about that. Orp. I'll just call you Orp. We're gonna find out a lot more stories about that. So yeah, this is just a load of bullshit. This guy said a whole load of bullshit, and I'm going to tell him off later. Alright, lurkers, we're gonna go into the devil's advocate part. Unlike people like Anita Sarkeesian, unlike people like the Bakjaw, unlike those who are too cowardly to directly address an important point, a salient point, unlike them, I'm going to put money where my mouth is. I'm going to walk the talk. And I'm going to address a point that the Bakjaw and the people defending Mixtape kept peppering and pushing as if it's some kind of a gotcha. Okay? I'm going to do that. I'm going to address this point directly. And what point am I talking about? What about Stray and Outer Wilds? Indeed, this was the point, the counterpoint a lot of the defenders of Mixtape were bringing up when we brought up Annapurna games, okay? And they always talk about, well, what about Stray and Outer Wilds? You didn't seem to be upset when those two games came out. Hello, Marchan, welcome. Thank you for being here. But back to the topic. What about Stray and Outer Wilds? You didn't seem to be all that upset when they were being brought up. Indeed, we were not that upset. We were not that upset, and do you know why? Do you know why? Well, for those of you who might be here, who are thinking the same thing, and you're trying to call me out and make a gotcha out of me, I would ask you a very simple question. A very, very simple question. Does Stray and Outer Wilds deliver an interactive experience strong enough on their own in spite of marketing? Answer me this question. You can throw mountains and mountains of cash at an untalented Dunning-Kruger fool, and he will still produce crap. But if you give even $1 to a talented, passionate group of hard workers, they will make the best out of it and still give you something memorable. That was Stray and that was Outer Wilds. We didn't care about Stray and we didn't care about Outer Wilds because their skill, their passion, and their hard work, and mostly their competency, forgives a lot of things. When you create a product that is good, when you create a product that is of high quality and is an actual game, you'll be surprised how many things gamers can forgive you for. You'll be quite surprised. You make a good game that gamers love, they can forgive you for a lot of things unless it's a very, very serious mistake. And they definitely would forgive you over being backed by Annapurna. It is just like that. It's human. A well-made game earns forgiveness for its backer's wealth, just as a poorly made one doesn't get a pass for being a pure indie game. I want you to remember this phrase extremely importantly, and this is my response to you. This is my first of a couple of responses to you who are trying to say, what about Stray and Outer Wilds? You were not upset when they were backed by Annapurna. Why are you upset with Mixtape? Again, understand this point. Stray and Outer Wilds were enjoyable, interactive gaming experiences. Mixtape is a glorified movie where every single character is unlikable and the plot is stupid. So put 2 and 2 together. And Master, I'm going to tell you a really deep dark story. And by the way, for those of you who asked, I'm not over. Those of you who are trying to gotcha me with this Stray and Outer Wilds, I'm not over. There's more. I'm not let you try to take a bite at me, I'm going to bite you back, and I'm going to bite you back hard, and I'm not letting you go until I'm done with you. It's not over. There is more. There is more. Back in around 2024, sorry. Back in around 2024. So, after Outer Wilds and Stray were released, Annapurna Interactive had a very, very serious split up. The entirety of Annapurna's game publishing division resigned in mass. The same team, again, I want you to get back to this part. I want you to get back to this part because Kotaku chose to not give the full context. Hit Seeker Annapurna Interactive Hit Seeker. Here's the problem. When the entirety of Annapurna Interactive staff resign, the hit seekers are all gone. So the scouts who found Stray, the scouts who found Blue 12, the devs of Stray, and the scouts who found Mobius Digital, the devs of Outer Wilds, they were gone. They were the talent that headhunted these two devs. I will not emphasize this enough. They are gone. Mixtape happened after the Annapurna staff all left. I hope you all understand the gravity of what I just said. Can you all understand the gravity of what I have just said, lurkers? Can you all understand the gravity of what I have just said? There will never be a Stray ever again from Annapurna. There will never be an Outer Wilds again from Annapurna. Because the group who headhunted and approved those projects are gone. Annapurna is the ship of Theseus all over again. Everything that made Annapurna the publisher of Stray and Outer Wilds, Annapurna is gone. And I hope you all understand this point extremely, extremely closely. Wizardchan, I'm making this point because this is to directly shut down all those who say what about Stray and Outer Wilds. This is the reason I made these slides. And who replaced? Now here's the big question. Who replaced the Annapurna staff? And the head, especially the head of Annapurna Interactive. Who replaced it? Well, it is an individual who goes by the name of Lian Lumbe, whatever her name is. Lian Lum, I don't know how her name is pronounced, but she was an ex-Netflix executive and she used to work at Wings Interactive. The same Wings Interactive that Sweet Baby Inc. gives money to. The same Wings Interactive that also has Anita Sarkeesian as a consultant. This is the industry plant. She is the industry plant. She is the link. She is the link. You have to understand, because she is the link to the 10 out of 10s. She is the link to the 10 out of 10s. She is now the head of Annapurna Games. She is the reason why Mixtape got all the 10 out of 10s. Just like how ZQ is the link. Just like how ZQ is the link to all of these games journalists. It all goes full circle, reality rhymes. She is the link. So yes, like I told you, this is a deep rabbit hole we're going to go to. And not many people brought this up. Very few people brought this up. I hate so many people. Very few people brought this up. They only brought this part up. And admittedly, I haven't really added the details in my own X post, my post on X, but I'm going to add to them. I'm going to add to them after I finish this stream. All they do is stop at the Allisons. They forget this. This is the link. I would like to remind you all once again in the most simplest of terms. The current head of Annapurna Games, after the old staff all resigned, used to work at Netflix and used to work at Wings Interactive. The same Wings Interactive that Sweet Baby Inc. is connected with, and the same Wings Interactive that has Anita Sarkeesian as a chair consultant. This goes deep. Everything's connected. Everything's connected. But let's go a little bit of an off tangent, Lucas. Let's go a little bit of an off tangent. We're going to get into a little bit of the gossipy side of this. Luckily, we have a bit of time to go through this little bit of gossip, but I feel that we have to go through this gossip. It's interesting. It's very interesting to behold. Okay, it's very, very interesting. So Annapurna, we know, is owned by Megan Ellison. Larry Ellison has a daughter and a son. Larry's son goes by the name of David Ellison. And Larry and David and Megan were both given the same amount of startup investment by their father. And estimated, like I show you, 200 million. And two very different people, two very different outcomes. David founded Skydance, and Megan founded Annapurna. David, as you will probably first, let's not talk about David first. Let's talk about Megan. Annapurna, from the very first day it existed, it was nothing but a liability to Larry Ellison. It was nothing but a liability. It was hemorrhaging money for years. It never made money. It is the failed art project of a Nepo baby, daughter of the fifth richest man in the world. Larry had to repeatedly take control of Annapurna to bail it out from financial trouble. At one point, it defaulted on a $200 million debt that Larry and Megan had to bail it out of. I need you to understand this clearly. Annapurna was always a losing game from the very first day.
You will have nothing and you will
But you know
write
what is the irony? You know what is the biggest irony? What's the biggest irony? Her brother was the complete opposite in every single conceivable way. Skydance was a money-making machine. It was a money-making machine. Mission Impossible, Top Gun Maverick, a whole slew of blockbuster after blockbuster after blockbuster, Transformers. Money-making machine. Skydance became so big that he had enough capital to buy Paramount Pictures. Skydance under the leadership of David. His father, Larry's $200 million investment on his son, he brought back multi-billion dollars in return. So, it paints quite a bit of a picture. I mean the older Transformers Chaos Smash, not even the new ones, the older ones. So, this paints a bit of a picture. Okay, this paints a bit of a stark picture. You know what I think? There's a reason why Annapurna always funds all this crap. One of the movies they funded was something called Detroit, basically the whole white people bad type of story, and then a whole bunch of other feminist movies about how men are toxic, men are bad, and anti-capitalist and all of that jazz. Megan's Annapurna approved all of those projects. And they flopped. And now you wonder why she made all of those projects to begin with. You know why I think so? She is jealous of David. No, not Detroit Become Human. It's another movie called Detroit. It's another movie called Detroit. It starts to make sense. There are a whole bunch of so-called art house movies that Annapurna helped release. Most of them were feminist. Most of them were hated men. Most of them say men were toxic, and then they hated capitalism and all of that jazz. And now, you look at the dynamic between Megan and her brother. The brother was the successful one. The brother was the one who made money for his father. The brother was the reason Larry became richer. And what do you have as the daughter? You are the failure. You are the art student who can't even do art properly. How do you think that would make her feel? To see that she just keeps failing over and over and over again while her brother makes all the money. While her brother keeps giving W's to their father. How do you think that makes her feel? I would hate men. She will probably hate men so much. That's probably one of the reasons why she's a lesbian personally, I would say. Skydance. Wizardchan, you can look up Skydance. Skydance is a monster of a corporation. Skydance is known as the blockbuster corporation nowadays. Yeah, like I said, this is gossip. This is gossip. Okay, this is gossip. What I've said here is probably an opinion shared by a lot of people who are in the know of the Ellisons, especially the Ellisons kids. Megan is the black sheep daughter, the failure of the daughter with an inferiority complex, and decides to lash out with her so-called art projects that are poking vitriolically at her father and at her brother for being better at everything than she compared to her. That is what I think. Thank you, Wizardchan. Thank you for thinking that. It wouldn't be beyond me, Milfin, honestly. It wouldn't be beyond me. For perhaps he does think that. Wizardchan, is there any copyrighted stuff? I'll pin it in case I forget, but I will have a look later. Okay? I'll pin it in case I forget. But yeah, some deep dark lore. This is how it managed to become 50 slides lurkers. This is why I woke up feeling tired and crap today. Because I dug. And I dug and I dug and I dug. Oh, I missed your super chat. Okay, well, cut, hold on. Where is it? Dude, there's a chin that can rival Crimson Chin. Thank you for the 2 chaos. But yeah, honestly, Megan should have just become the proverbial princess, spend daddy's money, just have fun for the rest of her life, and it probably give him less stress. Instead of running some living trash fire that is Annapurna that keeps hemorrhaging money. It's still losing money now, by the way. And it's just going to keep losing money. And I bet eventually Larry Ellison is going to be really sick of his daughter using up all his money to keep her dysfunctional pet project on life support. But what about So, what happens? What happened to the team that left Annapurna? Well, they did ended up being part of a private division that also started scouting for different games and different small studios to create new products. There was an ending for them. Now, for better or worse, good luck to them. Honestly, I can't. A bit of transparency. They're the people who approved Tales of the Shire for one reason or another. I don't know why they did that, but they do them. They do have some people who have skills and eye for talent, so good luck to them. Though Tales of the Shire was not it. Seriously, it was not it. Okay. Lurkers. Lurkers, lurkers, lurkers. That is the 2026 Gamergate retrospective stream. We are at the end. We have reached the end. The 50 slides are gone. It's gone. It's over. We are done. And we have half an hour left. I predict a lot more is going to happen, yes. Oh. No, I haven't played Pragmata yet. Do not have that much money to buy Pragmata. I've got a few other games on my radar that I really want to play. I'm still waiting for them to come out. But you know what, Lurkers? You know what, Lurkers? Lurkers, I'm going to go out of my comfort zone next week. Lurkers, I'm going out of my comfort zone next week. I am going to... Oh my god, I can't believe I'm going to say this. I'm going to try Arena Breakout Infinite. A PvP extraction shooter. And if you have been here for as long as, and you have been on my streams for long enough, you know it's a big deal when I say I'm gonna try this game. You know. Yes. Yes. Why? Why? Why, Ash? Yes, Maxi and Chaser wanted to ask me, Lurker-chan, you do not understand. Lurker-chan, you do not understand. This is a game I would never play. It is a Tarkov sim. It is a Tarkov-like. It is a Tarkov-like. And I never touched a Tarkov. But yeah, Sito-chan, I'm just done, just about done. I will see whether I want to make the live tweet about the connection or not. Actually, let me just find. I'm just done. Hold on. Rina, could you shut up, please? Rina, can you shut up? Zava, apparently Arena Breakout Infinite is going... They're developing a permanent single-player extraction mode. It's coming out. Maybe in a month or two, give or take, a permanent one. So, if they do release a pure PvE extraction shooter, that would be fun. I would try that too. I definitely would try that too. But let's just see. Let's just have a look and see what do I have. I've got a few things I want to do after since the Gamergate retrospective is over. I have a few things I can do. Oh my god, Mo-chan. I don't know if I want to play Minecraft. One day TM. As I would always say, one day TM. That's out of your comfort zone. Leon must die forevermore. Oh yeah, that kinda is, isn't it, Mochan? That kinda is. Is Minecraft on Steam? Is Minecraft on Steam? Let me see. Nope. The actual Minecraft is not on Steam. Damn. Minecraft is never on Steam. What a shame. What a damn shame. But anyway, we've got a few things. We've got a few things in mind, actually. I've got a few things in mind. I've got a few things I want to do I've got a few things in mind that I kind of feel like doing, actually. I've got a, I don't know what I want to do right now. George. I would try Fortnite if it was not on Epic Game Store. I refuse to open an Epic Game Store account out of pure spite. I will never forget what Team Sweeney did back in 2019. I will spend about 3 minutes to let this poll run. In the meantime, I need to catch my breath and... By the way, lurkers, can give a bit of feedback also. Give a bit of feedback. Oh, wait. No, wait. Wrong. I don't want this poll yet. Feedback. Okay, I'm going to ask for feedback. This is yeah, I wanted this first. Let's do this first. Ban me what did Tim do in 2019? Oh, Tim Sweeney pushed the Epic exclusivity policy. So many games that were supposed to release on Steam and GOG suddenly had their releases cancelled and released solely on the Epic Game Store. And holy crap, I will never forget that. Oh, by the way, the poll, you can be honest. You can be really, really honest with me. Because I'm gonna do this every year. And because I'm doing this every year, I have to make sure these presentations are always on point. Okay? They're always on point. See you later, Mo-chan. Enjoy your Japanese. Take care and study hard. Okay? Have a good day. And for those who didn't say happy birthday to Mo-chan yesterday, wish Mo-chan a happy belated birthday. Yiling. Yiling. Ling. I can't remember. Yes.
You will have nothing and you will like it.
I missed most of the stream. Do you think you could repeat it, Badmin? No. Okay, this is so bugged. This is so bugged. This gold thing does not work. Jeez, this gold thing does not work. This gold thing does not work. Jeez. It's bugged. Oh my goodness, how am I going to... We have talked so much trumpet. You have taught so much trumpet. I don't even know how to begin talking to you all about... to give you a summary of what happened during Gamergate. I will try. Let me think. TLDR. TLDR. Gamers find out that people are...
You will have nothing and you will like it.
I play on casual chaos. I usually play on casual. But TLD... Oh wait, I don't run my own server to play with lurkers actually. I do run my own servers to play with lurkers, and I usually play with TF2 with Red. Red and the friends. But TLDR, back to Gamergate TLDR. Gamers find out that games journalists have been trading favors, are personal friends of, and closely associate with people whose games they provide coverage for, and in turn they give good press for people they are friends with, and they give bad press for people whom they are not friends with. We found out, we call it out, they call us racist, sexist bigots. And it keeps happening. That's a long story short. Ooh. Okay, thank you so much for the good feedback, lurkers. Thank you so much for the good feedback. Thank you, Trumpet. I'm glad. Thank you for the 2 as well. Rena, shut up. Okay, now back to the other poll I wanted to make. What now? The other poll I wanted to make. Oh. Did it just for suggestion? If I'm too tired to live tweet, I probably will just want to rest. But it's nice to have a look. Trumpet, thank you for the membership. Oh my god, Mochan got a membership. Oh, now let's see. Let me have a look at what's going on in the interwebs right now while you all fill up. Oh, that's cute. That's very cute. I was officially done. Holy moly. Okay. I love this. I love this meme so much. I love these memes. You know what? I don't like this meme. I actually don't like this meme. I hate this meme. What am I saying? Oh my god. You mentioned that forbidden subject one more time. I'm going to burn this whole stream down. This is the beginning of my wicked ways as good admin lurkers. Yes, laugh it all up. I am serious, lickers. Laugh it all up. I was going to say it looks cute, then I recognized your Alstein. I was like, oh god. Rena, shut up. A badmin rage like... Well, someone did generate something. Here. Congratulate Whammy when she streams next on her opportunity for the Blue Archive, the Blue Archivist. Whammy is the new Blue Archivist. Ooh. Oh my goodness, my brain is mush actually. Whammy has become the Blue Archivist. Much better choice than Sea Dog. Oh yeah, we're going to talk about Sea Dog. We're going to talk about Sea Dog one way. You know what? We're going to talk about Sea Dog 50-50. 50-50. Okay. 50-50. So I'll see what I want to do. I'll see what I want to do. But we're going to talk about Sea Dog, weren't we? Sea Dog is wild. Choosing Sea Dog to collab for the Blue Archive was completely wild. Well, long story short, Connor, let's do virtue signal about specific type of anime characters. You know, the ones that start with the one that sounds like lollipop and the other one that sounds like what's it called? What's the word called? Shorty. Yep. That did a lot of virtue signaling on it. Tried to pretend he was all upset. Oh no. This figurine, when this figurine is bad. Oh, this is a horrible figurine. Meanwhile, Anime Man and Giga were like, what? Why are you clutching pearls over this? And they were like, yeah, they're literally like, Connor, why are you clutching your pearls over this? We've done this for years. Why you suddenly change your mind now? And basically, he just wants to appeal to the normies, basically. And now, when he almost got a gig with Blue Archive, everyone knew what he did. Yeah, and to be honest, yeah, Blue Archive's reputation as a lollipop game is also quite exaggerated, in my opinion as well. There are different characters of different sizes. Personally, my favorite characters are Rio. I like Makoto. I like Haruna. Those are the big three for me. I like those three. Who else do I like actually? Who else do I like? Who else actually left a really big impression on me? Those are my big three actually.
You will have nothing and you will like it.
He's a Brie, what do you expect? I know it's watched, but I don't care. There's just something really, really weird going on in UK. We're going to talk about UK probably next week or next month. Oh, yeah, it's almost next month already. Next week or next month, we're going to talk about UK. Oh boy, the UK is going... It's chaos in the UK. Oh yeah, I cannot forget. How the hell do I forget? Okay. I know who are my favorite Blue Archive characters. Who are my favorite? Of course we have. Let me start it. Rio. Makoto. Haruna. Ichika. Oh boy. They are the must. They are the must. Those are my top 5. My top 5 for sure. Okay, you know what? I'm too tired to make the post right now. I don't even know whether I want to make that post right now actually. Centrea joined socks? Well, that's interesting. I like Flork, so I guess it's a good thing. If Locke likes somebody to invite them to be part of socks, I will trust his opinion. What is this? Trade off one of the masterpieces. Oh my goodness, let's see. Might as well watch this since... What the hell? Oh my goodness. Lucas, Lucas-chan, we are going to watch that thing, whatever that is. Rena, don't think I can't see what you just say. Don't you think I didn't see what you just say? Shut up, Rena. Lucas-chan, we're gonna... Oh my god, this is one of Annapurna's pictures. Is there any... I wouldn't mute this whole thing. I wouldn't mute this whole thing because I don't know how much of it is copyrighted. Oh, closed caption.
lifetime ago.
Yup, that's music. That's music. What? What? Is this meant to be entertaining? Oh wow, Amy Adams really let herself go. Amy Adams really let herself go. What the hell am I watching? What the hell am I watching? What? What am I watching? What is this? Is this one of those otherkin things? She is literally doing a Tumblr otherkin. On all levels except physical, I am a dog. Awoo. They make a movie. Annapurna funded a movie about a Tumblr. A Tumblrina. Lurker, this is what it is. The hell? I'm just shocked that Amy Adams would go with this. Annapurna literally greenlit a movie about a Tumblrina who thinks she is a dog. This is one of those otherkin nonsense that Jimbo used to talk about. Oh my god. Oh my god. I regret watching this and I cannot watch this. I regret watching this, Wizardchan. Why did you make me watch this? Oh my god. I can't believe they made a movie about Tumblr. Annapurna literally greenlit a movie about Tumblr and I cannot believe this. I'm too tired to do the live tweet right now. I probably need to eat. I probably will need to eat. I need to play a couple of games. And I still have to do a clip. I have to do some clipping as well. Oh yeah, big news, lurkers. I have DaVinci Resolve right now, which means if I find something worth clipping, I'll probably do some clips. Yes, I would not believe anyone in their sound mind would pay money to watch that disaster show. And what shocks me is Amy Adams. What shocks me is that Amy Adams was willing to do this. If you don't remember Amy Adams, she is
You will have nothing and
she is Lois Lane in the Superman movies. If you didn't know. She was Lois Lane in the Superman movies. Here. I'm gonna go watch Ichigo achieving Bankai to wipe that trailer from my head. I'm sorry, Chaos Mesh. In Annapurna Steam Publisher's site, we can see what the creation. We can see. Are you sure you want to leave YouTube? Shut up. Alright, let's see what would this this is. Let's see. I don't know what the hell this is. 6 user reviews, Lurkers. 6 user reviews. 6 user reviews. 6. Spiders. Oh, sorry. That's the soundtrack. Sorry. Oh, they're all soundtracks. Okay, they're all soundtracks. It's an actual game, granted, but I've never heard of it. An actual game, granted, also never heard of it. With Hue Monsters, I saw this game. For a bit. Another one of those turn-based, turn cringe, okay. I rather play XCOM. Oh my god. That is not... Oh. Turn cringe. Really turn cringe. Rising Storm 2. Oh yeah, I have that game in my library for a long time. Rising Storm 2. Alright, what do we have? I will not tolerate slander for turn-based games. Turn cringe! Turn cringe. You know what I kind of would have wanted to play if they had a choice? Valkyria Chronicles, but less story driven. I would have been curious about a Valkyria Chronicles game where you get to choose any faction you want and you can customize every single custom teammate you can. But yeah, let's this is a bit of a small little side topic we can have before we close off the stream, okay, Lurkers? This is one more closing topic we have. This is just for a chat. This is a chat, nothing too serious, but something just for food for thought. For me, my perceptions of indie is very, very precise. Because I love my precise definitions. An indie game is a game that is self-funded, unaffiliated with any publisher, and it is done by a group of people who are completely driven and passionate on the project that they're making. Well, of course, the key point is unaffiliated with any publisher. or any organization. They call Journey an indie game, Wizardchan. Some people do call Journey an indie game. And that is an undeniable fact. They butcher the meaning of what it means to be indie. But you know what? What I'm gonna do is here's what I'm gonna do. Here's what I'm gonna do. Here's what I'm gonna do. I swear they call indie any game that's not a generic shooter that Batman would like. yes, generic shooter that Batman would like. Yes. Touche, Wizardchan, touche. I'm going to be making. I'm going to compile. Hold on. For the last couple of minutes, maybe I will make the screen. I'll make the screen cap. Okay. Web content paint. I'm going to make the screen cap. Let me find all of my own information. Let me see. All right. All right. All right. I wish I could gain access to a LinkedIn page without logging in, actually. I really wish I could gain access to a LinkedIn page without having to log in. I would rather have a clean screenshot of it. But unfortunately, you need to have a LinkedIn account to open a LinkedIn page, and I don't want to do that. LinkedIn is a horrible, horrible place. Yup, it's literally a scam. It is. I'm trying to look for there's some way to get Lian Loom. What a weird name. LinkedIn. Oh, Wings Interactive. There has to be some way. There has to be some way. There has to be some way for me to... Oh, this is a way better post. This is a way better post. Holy moly, this is a way better post. Kind of big though. Kind of big. Kind of too damn big. Kind of too damn big. Let me have a look. Lian Loon. That is a good one. So I'm saving this for when I make my tweet, lurkers. Okay? Whoa, what? Gator? What a name. Gator, what a name, but welcome, whoa, what? Whoa, what? Oh, that info on you, yet nobody wants you. Our parents had easier since you basically didn't exist. LinkedIn is not a good website. People will tell you it's a good website, but seriously, they're normies. Normies. And honestly, if there's any job in LinkedIn that you get from LinkedIn, it's probably gonna drain your soul. I really hate using that website. I will make this post as well, actually. Let me just... I want to get rid of this font. I want to get rid of the formatting here. Alright. LinkedIn is basically a self-doxing machine, that is correct. That is very, very correct. I would like to see where does it say that she... Wings interactive plot. Okay. Alright, where is it? Yes, I found it. I found it. I found a way to see without... Oh my goodness, this is so useful. Oh, let me get rid of this first. Not important. Can I delete that once I get higher? Sure, I might need it for later, but like, I don't... Okay, let's see what you have been talking about while I was a little bit... Never made a LinkedIn, never will. No, everybody uses... Yeah, so read those already. One province away. Keep it that way. If I could go back, I would stop myself from making one. I was gonna go for job hunting, but it didn't seem like it was worth the effort. Bullet dodge. I really hate how much you have to dox yourself. Yeah. You also have to pretend that some of the staff work you do sounds important just to impress HR or something they train you through anyway. Important question. Can I delete that once I get hired? Sure, I might need it for... That's a good question. You should be able to delete a LinkedIn, shouldn't you? It is. Love has it. It kind of is. It kind of is. It really kind of is. Let me see here. Oh, Lurkers, Lurkers, I found more information for you all. Lurkers, Lurkers. She was a board member for BAFTA, the same BAFTA that gave Mixtape an award. How much you willing to bet she still has friends in BAFTA who would give a project she greenlit an award or good press? How much you willing to bet? She is the link. She is literally the link. She is the reason. She is the reason Mixtape got the 10 out of 10s and the awards and the BAFTA. She is the reason. We have found it. We have found everything, Lurkers. We have found it. We have found it. We have found the link. It is no longer a conspiracy theory anymore. It's no longer a I guess in my opinion anymore. This is the link. Now the only thing I'm going to be worrying about is how to compile all this information in an easily digestible format. That is what I need to know. How do I do that? Because this is where the money is. This is the money shot, as they say. This is the smoking gun. This is the smoking gun. I need to move this all into a very easily digestible format. Let's see how I can work this. How I can work this out. Let's have a look, okay? Let me just slowly have a look. Let me just have a look. This is... Oh wow, I'm surprised. Okay, let's start over again. This is a good starting point. This is a very good starting point. I will just delete all of these parts. I'll get rid of this one too. I'll move the LinkedIn. Oh shit. I'll move the LinkedIn down here to make things a little... Oh shit. I need to move the LinkedIn down here. Damn it. Move the LinkedIn down here. So I can give enough space. Enough space for the rest. Okay. I will cut this off. And then I'm going to highlight this to text. Where is it? Here. You wonder why Mixtape got BAFTAs. You wonder why. You really wonder why. You see, honestly, I think Lian Loom was the reason why Mixtape got so much press. Under the old management, there was not as much press. Did you notice that? Even what was the other show, Artful Escape? I was like, okay, some good reviews brought here and there, but it was kind of just not around. People forget about it. Ever notice how weird that is? And then she comes in and suddenly the marketing just goes off the roof, and she is also at BAFTA. Interesting. Now, how am I going to put this information back in? Hold on. Copy. Lian Loom's Ice. That is still such a weird name. That is an extremely weird name. I'm gonna lie, that is a very weird name. Lian Looms. Alright, that's good. That looks nice and neat. What else I need is... What else I need is... Where is it? They are always connected. Everything is connected. Every damn thing is connected. Everything. I hate it. I hate how everything is so connected. It's just one big incestuous little... It is just one big incestuous little trash fire. And I hate every second of it. Is that one is always networking. Don't mention networking to me, Wispy Jazz, please. Don't. Do not do such a thing. Do not. Okay. Board member at BAFTA. Interesting. I've got my first image. I'm gonna save this. I'm gonna save this as a PNG. Pardon me a moment. Where is it? Assets, screen caps. Let me see. I'll save it at the Lian. I'm gonna get it ready for posting later on in the day. Do you have a favorite year of gaming? Oh my goodness, Arthur Gabe. What was my favorite year of gaming? Gears of War 3 came out. I did like that. I like Gears of War 3. But I would say my favorite year of gaming altogether was... Oh my god, there's so many years that I enjoyed gaming. I never really thought about a year of gaming. Hello Daisho, welcome. The stream is about to end. I'm just compiling some screen caps for a post I'm about to make on X. So, look forward to that. this is a good starting point. The next point I need to make is I probably have to do it off stream, the rest of the screen caps, I think. I think Skyrim coming out was a big deal to me. Yeah, Skyrim coming out was a big deal to me. And it came out on my B-Day, by the way, Lurkers. 11/11. So yeah, Skyrim coming out was kind of a big deal. Okay, I've got this. So what I need now is some new images and different image. Let me have a look. What else do I need to look for? What else do I have to look for? Can you remember what I have to screen cap? I mean, Skyrim did come out not too long ago, to be fair. 2011 was not a long time ago. To be fair. Skyrim is always coming out. Yes, indeed, Skyrim is always coming out. What the hell am I looking for? What the hell am I looking for? Oh yeah, the 10 out of 10s. That's right, the 10 out of 10s. Wings. Let me see. Is it a video or is it a... Yeah, it is a video. Okay. Oh, this is gonna help so well, actually. Yeah, I'm gonna use this. I'm going to use this. I'm gonna use this. Wings has relationships with Sweet Baby Ink. Oh no. That is a good one. My god, I have so many tabs open, that's horrible. Bear me wish Daisho chat, okay. Daisho, happy birthday in advance. Happy birthday in advance, Daisho. Lurkers, wish Daisho happy birthday in advance if you don't get a chance to say wish him birthday, okay? I'm just compiling some information right now, Lurkers. I'm trying to look for... what is that called? What is that called? Let me see. Oh. Wings Interactives. Okay, this is probably something I should do at a different time, actually, lurkers. This is going to take a doozy of a post to make. This is going to be a doozy of a post to make, so I probably will do it at a different time. After that, I'll probably do some typing. It's multiple different levels of work that I will have to do slowly. Okay, lurkers. I think that is all for today's stream. So it is the weekend is off for this stream. I'll be seeing you all Monday of next week. Okay, lurkers? I will show you all again as always. I have to show you this. The schedule. Same time this next Monday. This coming Monday is basically Thursday. This coming Monday. Same time this coming Monday will be I'm kind of curious what I want to do, but we'll see what I can plan out, okay? Anyway, I'll see you all this coming Monday, lurkers, and with a little luck this Thursday, I can actually spend some time to talk about a topic that I actually like. I really hope I can get a chance to talk about a topic that I actually like, okay? So with that out of the way, thank you very much, lurkers, for all being here to listen to my Gamergate retrospective all over again. It's a yearly tradition at this point. I'm still here, Marcos. I'm still here. But thank you for being here for the Gamergate retrospective. And it has been an absolute pleasure and enjoyment to be chatting with you all as always. I will be missing you all until this coming Monday. So with that out of the way, let's have a look. Let's have a look and see who to raid. Who to raid right now. Right now. So we have a couple of options. We have Okko. We have Sane. We have Pippa. We have Okko, we have Sane, we have Pippa. Okko is streaming Mixtape also, and I'm sure you all don't want to I'm sure you all don't want to watch that. So I'll give it a pass. I'll give Okko a pass today. We rated Sane. Yes, we rated Sane on Tuesday as well. So who we have as options right now is... Let me have a look. Oh, we have Hannah, we have Crony. Oh, we have Crony. We have Smash JT. Okay, let me give you some options. Okay, let me give you some options. Just a 2-minute poll. Wells, Hannah. Crony and Crony. Oh, neck to neck. Neck to neck. Okay, fine. We'll do Hannah. We'll do Hannah. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Another Kino Casino channel got flagged by Jeremy Brand Jeremy according to Smash JT. Oh my goodness. Jeremy, can you stop it please? Jeremy, please stop. I swear. Jeremy, just stop. Just stop. Your reputation is already low enough. Okay, you know what? 10 votes is good enough. Let's rate Hannah. I want a little bit of relaxation too, okay? I want a bit of relaxation too. She's playing Subnautica, I think. Alright, let me just prepare to invade Hannah. And after that, I'll be done. Let me see, Hannah. Where the hell are you, Hannah? Where are you, Hannah channel? There you are. There we go. Alright. Lurkers, I will see you all on Monday. If I have energy, I'll make the post tonight. But I'll see you all on Monday. Have a good day, every one of you lurkers. Have a good day, good evening, good afternoon, everything. And I'll see you all next week. Bye-bye. Be on your best behavior and hard knocks, please. Thank you.